afternoon. Why is this so far over? I don't know. Just go after. Good afternoon, everybody. Hola, hola. Excuse me. Just be rude, belching and stuff. Tell I grew up in a house with boys. I'm gonna fart and all of that. I don't even care. Tis what it is. Hey, y'all, look what I found. I've been rummaging through stuff around here, right? Look what I found. So we did have a diploma. It just wouldn't let y'all download it. Remember, we made one. This diploma is supposed to say awarded to blank, has satisfactorily completed the academic course of ancient studies and by proficiency in scholarship. Interesting. Yeah, we did have one. It just wouldn't let y'all download it. But we made one, and there's errors in there, so that's probably good. But it is what it is. I found this today. I said, well, not today, yesterday. Good afternoon. Hey, y'all. So, did you guys go look up the information? When I tell you God will bits and pieces you to life, not to death, but he will bit in peace. Because the other day he had me, I said, why you got me reading this? And then he bust my head this morning. I said, oh. And he kept telling me, write the time and date down. Write the time and date down. For every little thing I read, I didn't understand. And then I understand today. And then today I understand. Today I understand why he had me over there and over there and over there and over there. Hello. 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 So, did y'all look up y'all, what's the names? The abbreviations from yesterday? Be very careful what you say. I mean, not what you say, how you say it. Hey, everybody. I think they about to play because of who we was talking about yesterday. I think they're going to do it. I'm almost positive. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think they about to play. Did y'all do your homework or no? Did y'all look up the definitions yesterday? Ain't nobody responding. Hello. You know what? Y'all didn't. Hello. Wake up, niggas. Now, some of you all are at work. I get it. Are they hiding comments or what over here? Because I can't see nothing. Oh, okay. Hello. You said good day. I missed yesterday, or I would have responded. Hello. Okay. All right. I wrote the names down and watched the movie. Did you find anything interesting there? Don't tell me about the abbreviations. You said I was watching a documentary on one of the person. You said in our homework and saw your live. Oh, okay. Oh, from homework last night. Got it. Got it. Well, did you all find anything interesting in the abbreviations? Did you find any connections? And be very careful how you say it, because y'all know they be on that BS. Okay. Okay, so if you wasn't here, y'all know that just applies to the people that was. You're still looking up the abbreviations. Okay. You got all of them. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Good job. Good job, Miss Diana. So did you all learn something? I mean, did you learn anything yesterday? I guess is what I'm getting at. You don't got to tell me what you learned, but did you learn anything? Was your interest piqued about certain things yesterday? Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 I just want to know. Y'all know I always want to know because we nearing, not nearing, but we getting close to about 2,000 classes, which is odd. And so, hey, Young Team Family, just finished the rewatch this morning, and I definitely learned some things. Good job. Okay. Listen, because I'm trying to figure out if y'all be going to look, because ain't no sense in me being over here for 19 hours and ain't nobody doing homework. He said don't want to type them in here, though, because it's real crazy. Right, right, right. Remember, this is just for us to know, and I know, you know, we know, and we not going to type it, because yesterday, and I could tell by the way they doing these numbers right here that they was not pleased, and it's okay, because we knew this was going to happen. We knew that they was going to be on that BS, because even today, the reason it took me so long to get on here, I've been up studying this morning. And when I tell y'all, sometimes you don't understand, and then it could be a decade later, and God will bring you the revelation of what He was giving you. You said because you buffering? Sound about right. Every time we hit something. Have y'all paid attention to that? Have y'all? That every time we just be having random conversation, for some reason, right after that, it be some stuff on the WWS that be relevant to our classes every time. It blows me. You said I saw his original name was similar to the number we added his surname up yesterday, which was further confirmed. I was stuck on that alone this morning. Interesting. You said class was buffering in the rewatch. I'm like, really? Isn't even live. It was buffering? Um, that makes sense. Think about it. When I tell y'all he took me down through there this morning. Okay, well, we about to get to it. That's wild. Okay, so y'all see the date right there? I got horrible handwriting. It is what it is. You see it? 1/16/2014 at 8:27 p.m. Right here. Y'all see it? On January 16, 2014, CERCA was studying the Noahide laws. Okay? January 16th of 2014, I was studying the Noahide laws. I didn't even know what they were when God told me to go look them up. Good morning, sister. Right. Okay. In 2016, if I'm not mistaken, or 2017, the the leader of where I live, went over to CC, right? 2016. And there was a thing that was established as to why they put their face on a coin with a certain person. Do y'all remember this? We're not going to say who or what, but if you know, you just put your hand up. There was an exchange in order for certain things to start taking place. There was also something about the Noahide laws in 2016. But the Almighty had me studying the Noahide laws in January of 2014. 2 years prior, okay? Can you tell me in 2024, someone was given the award of POP in 2024? Awarded the POP. I'm going to do this nicely. One of the words is peace. Don't tell me who. Just go tell me what they were awarded that award or title for in 2024. Please. Yeah, when I say he blew my mind today, I said, okay, let me quit complaining and stuff. Because sometimes I be having an attitude because you be making me study just random stuff. And then I be like, this is crazy because nobody don't even care. And then the world cares. Amen. Can you tell me? Please. You said, and weren't those laws inscribed on some statues that got torn down? Mm-hmm. They were. Or something like that. Something similar. Yes, ma'am. They were. What was a certain person, a leader, awarded the POP for in 2024? And one of those words is peace of the POP. Can you tell me why they got that award? And we're not going to say who. We're just going to say why they got it. It's very important. Hey, Pumpkin. Ending a civil situation between 50 countries, but there's a specific thing. What is it called, though? Tell me what it's called. I want to know what it's called. It's called a specific thing, and you can just put that here. Just that part, though. Not who or what or when or why, but just, I mean, you know. No. A POP. P-O-P. No, but and SJ, put something else. They know what that means. In 2024, there was a person. I told y'all who it was. I just didn't want y'all to type it here. Who it was. Come on. Give you a hint. They're orange. Sun-kissed. But not really. Type in the name and then P-O-P and see what comes up. 2024. I'll give you a hint. Do y'all need another one? Yes? Okay. There we go. Okay. Brokering the Abraham Accords. Can you tell me what the Abraham or Abrahamic Accords are? And then go look at the Noahide laws and tell me what you see. Look at the Noahide laws and look at the Abrahamic Accords and just skim through there and tell me what you see. And, you know, right. I need you to tell me, not in detail, find a nice way to say whatever you're going to say. And by nice, I mean, my search engine is compromised. Let me go to my tablet. Girl, I believe it. I believe it. Oh! Oh. Can we play something? Hopefully it's on here. Y'all. First, some of y'all might have already seen this, but I want to show y'all.
Robot dogs are now being Take a look at this chilling new video showing that robot dogs are now being weaponized and firing off rounds at targets with minimal recoil. This is terrifying. Now Now, the Secret Service has already deployed specialized versions of Spot, this robot dog, marked with TST to patrol high-profile sites, including Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago. These versions are customized with 3D mapping sensors, thermal imaging, and perimeter control capabilities that far exceed stationary security cameras. On top of that, roughly 60 law enforcement agencies nationwide utilize these units. Commercial manufacturers emphasize live.
I think those are going to be used for. Who remembers the video a couple years ago that they put out, and it was like an AI video, and they were showing you what to do with said piece of machinery? Do y'all remember? There was a video on our old house, and it was an AI video, and it showed you what to do with said piece of machinery. Do y'all remember? Any of y'all see that? I showed it in here. When it showed you what to do to get certain things with said machinery to not be able to do what it do. Do y'all remember this? Y'all might have seen it on your old house too. Did y'all see it? Now look at God giving us information prior to now about what to do when you see certain things and how to handle that. First, it was just for surveillance. Now it's not just for surveillance. But we knew that was coming, right? We did. Also, I wonder if I downloaded it, because you know they going through our stuff right now. Okay, so the video, hold on, let me see. Look at this, y'all.
Breath of fresh air in or out with the district. We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Chrisana Elzer learned the power of flock firsthand.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09. Exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing.
When a Colorado police officer showed up at her door holding flock snapshots of her truck.
Here's when you left. At 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get?
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need
Yes,
to
there
be.
is. I need to know where this is.
The first thing he pulled out on the body cam is that flock picture, the clear photograph of your car.
But here's your vehicle in the neighborhood many, many times. Apparently casing houses, because you just can't drive through for work or visit other businesses. You can only be casing houses.
What I tell y'all about that thing on my front door? People thought I was tripping. I saw that, I said, and remember I kept telling y'all it was a chirpy sitting on side my door. Well, Remember I showed y'all the nest and all the poop? Well, it's in the middle now of my apartment and my neighbor's apartment. Because my chirpy chirpy ain't on. The birds. Last night, okay? Last night, I was walking down to the car. It's late. Or not last night, the night before. It was the night before. It was late. I was going to put something in the car. Listen, a bird flew out. The same one is. Do it make sense to you? What you said just reminded me of the animated movie Hoppers. I haven't seen it yet. I started watching it with Emu, but she didn't want to watch it, so I will watch that. But I knew I wasn't tripping. Remember, I told y'all every single time. I showed y'all the picture of the person, like, in my house. And I told y'all every single time I went out of town, all of a sudden it's a person to come to spray. I've been home 7 months. Ain't nobody came in here to do nothing. I figured. I started watching it when I was there with Emu. She said, no, Mama. She wanted to watch YouTube with all the gel and all that slimy stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna watch it. I'll probably watch it today. I started on my my puzzle last night as well. So, did you find anything? Noahide and the Abrahamic Accords or the Abraham Accords. Did you find any interesting stuff there? If not, that's okay. Just take your time and add it to yesterday's work. Okay? You hear me? Okay? Put it somewhere close to yesterday's work. Okay? I need you to see something. Okay. Okay. Because it... Okay. Okay. So... there's that. Now... the other thing, I think I read this to y'all before, but I'm going to just read it again. What year is it? Right now. Yeah, you know they do that, girl. We didn't talk. I told y'all they was. We talk about it all the time. They're not going to tell you. We talked about that. I said, listen, by the end of this, they're going to be hiding me like they were doing on my other social media, 2026. Good job. Okay. Can you guys see the date there? 7/25/2016, 7:40 a.m. Y'all see it? 7/25/2016, 7:40 a.m. Y'all see that? Can I read to y'all what's on this paper? I'm going to read it. Last night I had a dream that someone planted a under the ground, and we had 1 hour until it, okay? Then I woke up, but it was like we had a covering of some sort, like was going to do that, but we would live through it. Okay, so right, but it was under the ground. 7/25/2016, but people lived through it. What's going on right now with Nari? And what happened yesterday, and what happened the day before yesterday, and something that they vowed to do. And it's in the 7th month, 10 years from that dream. They just vowed that they was gonna do some stuff because of what happened in the last 2-3 days. Okay. Nari is celebrating all kinds of stuff right now. But they vowed that after their celebration, it's about to be ugly. Well, during the celebration, Asu said, won't care that you haven't know nothing. And so Asu crashed Nari's celebration in the 7th month of 2026. Who remembers between 2022 and 2025 or so that there was something that folks was looking for that they didn't never find it? And then they started showing us certain things on the map where certain things were. And if this thing that they didn't find was put in those places, what it could do. Y'all remember this? Because they never found it that we know of. Y'all remember the big thing they was looking for? They, how you lose that, we don't know. And then, y'all remember? Y'all catching me? So what if not reading them have it? But the people that's from Nari, that's in Asu. If they're in Asu and they're from Nari, this is the same time when the water, the trains, the bridges, and all of that was around the same time. Don't forget. You said, yep, because we were saying they didn't lose it. They sold it. Hello. Okay. I just want y'all to pay attention. That dream was 7/25/2016. It's about to be the 25th again. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but the Lord does. He knows. Okay. Can you look up Romanism for me? The definition of Romanism? Please. What's the definition of Romanism? Mind you, what's the date on this paper? Ain't one, but I know it's old because I was still writing in big old letters. Ain't even no date on it. Look at it. You know, I see it? It's a big paper. I don't even write this big no more. So this was in the beginning for sure. I think about 2014, 2013 probably. You know, still writing the real big. What's the definition of Romanism? Okay, it says a term that historically refers to Roman Catholicism, but is now widely considered to be an archaic, disparaging, and offensive label. So they won't tell you what it is. That's why we need our old dictionaries. What else they giving y'all? Because these are definitions on this paper. That's crazy. So they can change whatever they now it's derogatory. Interesting. So they're not gonna tell y'all what it is. Again, this was written. So can I tell y'all what I have written down here from probably 12, 13 years ago? Oh, they changed the definition. Interesting. Can I, and this was written a long time ago, over a decade. Now they're saying it, girl. Okay, so what I have for Romanism is it's Christianity as a doctrinal system wedded to heathen rites and rituals and ceremonies. So that's not what it told y'all. If you go to Webster's, what it would give you? The same thing? No way. Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. This paper is old, y'all. I went into my old notes yesterday. God sent me over there, and I'm happy you did. No way. So back in 2014 or 2013 or 20... Wow. And my strong... You see, I just looked at my Strong's Concordance. You know I did. That's what's right there. That's my Strong's. And I've had that one for over 10 years, too. This is what I got. Faith, doctrine, and validity of a Roman Catholic Church. No way. So they've changed the definition. Because it used to be Christianity as a doctrinal system wedded to heathen rites, rituals, and ceremonies. That used to be the definition. Prior to now. What the heck? What? Literally, okay, so I'm gonna read y'all.
It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain.
Y'all see my hands was not touching that.
Obviously welcome to go to court.
Chrisana was charged with stealing a package, but it wasn't her. The porch pirate was somebody.
Here we go. Ah! Okay. Let's go. That was my phone. And y'all know I had the... Okay, here we go. Well, amen. A to the man, honey. A to the man. We're on the right track. Here we go. Let's keep going. You said my Noah Webster's 1828 says it the tenets of the church or Rome. Interesting. Not a negative thing. So even with that, it's a different definition. Are y'all seeing something here? I hope you are, because this is all leading up. Y'all know what I always do. I'm just trying to get y'all to see something. Of Rome. Interesting. It's okay. It's okay. Interesting. Interesting. So what I have here is These people will incite the powers that be to acts of cruelty and persecute the true prophets of God. All this was done by the papacy. And this is a physical dictionary, not a digital one. Interesting. So back in 2014, I wrote down these people will incite the powers that be to acts of cruelty and persecute the true prophets of God. All of this was and will be done by the papacy. Okay? Where's the papacy located? Can you tell me? That's crazy. So now they're making it like it's a negative thing. Interesting. You said I found the one you have. It's under Roman Catholicism. Interesting. So they changed the name of Romanism as well. They playing in our face. But this why I be right. This why I say write these definitions down. Write them down. Write them down. Interesting. Now I see why he told me to write that down. Okay, well, we're moving on. Really quickly, can you tell me what the name Daniel means before we go forward, please? What does the name Daniel mean? See if I didn't change that too. Hey, tell me what the name Daniel means. God is judge. Interesting. Or could it also mean God's judgment? God is my judge, God is judge, or God's judgment. Right? Right? The judgment of God. So it can go either way. The judgment of God, God is my judge, so forth. And God is judge, God is my judge, God's judgment. I had to pick up my 10A. You said opinion, principle, dogma, and doctrine which a person believes or maintains is true. Interesting. The Lord is my judge. Okay. Just remember that. If you have a pen and paper that you've been writing on, can you just write Daniel in there and then write whatever version of that you got? Okay? Please. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we about to go on a bus trip. Thank you, Isabel, for my earrings. If y'all ready, I'm ready. If you have the New Testament Apocrypha, Volume 3, or if you have it on, if the pissed off bartender just says war is back on and nobody is surprised. No, we're not. The New Testament Apocrypha, Book 3, can you grab it if you don't have it? Or I know y'all was going to the website to download it. I don't know if they let y'all do that or not. To what's the name.org. I can't remember what it is, but y'all know that website. Grab that book because you're going to need it. And we about to go down a little rabbit hole if y'all want to. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Y'all good? Okay. Excuse me. I woke up with a whole bunch of phlegm and stuff in my throat. I need them to not do that dang chemtrail stuff. Because now it seems like not every time, but when I go sit outside, it's like the air is not clear or something. Clean. I don't know. I don't know what that is. But it's like I have to blow my nose and just, it's real crazy. I don't know, it's because they turning up the machines to do certain things, putting stuff in the air. I don't know what it is. All the rain that's stirring up stuff, dust and tornadoes and all of that. Oh! Side note, y'all see China getting towed up? You said, yes, my daughter had needed these prayers. Thank you guys so much. Okay. You said, yes, nose be itchy and irritated. Come on. What was I going to say? Oh, Lord. When I tell y'all this brain is doing whatever it want to do. Oh, did y'all see that China is Asia. Not just China, Asia. They getting hit with floods and tornadoes. They didn't even know to run away from the windows, baby. Them tornadoes is over there tearing Asia up. Y'all.
Yes.
I said, we read about this recently. July 1st. This is Nanning, China. This is on July 4th. The Fushan. Okay. Do y'all see that? Do y'all see that car is underwater completely? Who remembers us? You said, just found that my water here in my town is coming out dirty and making people sick. Interesting. Where are you, Denise? Hey, Vicky. Y'all hear this? Odessa, Texas. Did you buy water purification tablets, Denise? Did you? How many of y'all bought water purification tablets when they was like $4? I don't know if they still $4 now. You did? Did you buy any type of water purification machines? Like any other stuff that we put on the list? You did? You did? You did? Okay. So, I just cleaned all this up. I just cleaned it all up, Lord. I just cleaned it all up. I just stacked everything so nice out here. Now I got to move it again. I got to move it again, Lord. All right, Pumpkin. 3 things if you can. I need you to grab these. if you tan. Oh. If you, where's the zipper? Thank you, Auntie Sandra. Something as small as this. Okay. You are amazing in every single thing that you do. How many of you were able to either learn how to distill your water or you were able to get a distiller? God, listen, when I tell you, can't nobody tell me nothing about Jesus. Nothing. Absolutely anything. Of course, it's on the other side. Of course, it's on the other side. Of course it is. So we're going to start with this one. So it's not only in my town, but also 2 other ones close by. Okay, so you need to be posting this on your other accounts. See this? And I need to charge it because we didn't have it for almost 5 years now. Hello. You see this? Something simple. You purchased a distillery. Okay. Do y'all think that's crazy? Seriously. And I want to tell you all in my class, you couldn't even let me get to it, but fine. Okay? If that's what y'all want to do. So the drinking water is making people sick. Write that down on your paper. I can't never get to my class without y'all being in my business. Write that down. You also live in a town where water is bad. Also, okay, write that down, please. Okay. The water is bad and making people sick. I need you to write that down. Put it just on the time and date. 1:24 p.m. or whatever time it is. It's not only my, Okay. So this is a smaller version. Of course, it's not going to, but at least for y'all drinking water. Come on out, as they used to say in the church. Come on out. Y'all, when I tell you God is revealing, listen, I tell you this, he don't miss. And that's what he just showed me going back through my journals and stuff in these last couple days. He has not missed not one time, and everything is orchestrated exactly how he wants it to be. This, I know. And even when it doesn't fit, why won't this come out? Well, anyway, because this ain't coming out of here. Oh, come on. It's a mini. There we go. Goodness gracious. It's a mini water filter, and you can get 2 5-gallon buckets or whatever kind of bins you got. Fill them with the water. If you have some water purification tablets, you might drop one of those in there. I don't know if but can't hurt, right? And then there we go. Let's see if it's still charged after all this time. Oh, it is. Quit playing. 2. Okay. Hey, it's still charged after all this time. So there's the output and then there's the input, right? Right here. So you could get a dirty thing of water, clean thing of water, or clean bucket. It has 2. That's crazy. And it has a light on it, which is crazy. So if you got to do this in the middle of the night or in your tent or whatever, it got a light. Don't forget that. And it's rechargeable. You can plug it in and recharge it. But it comes with the tubing. God, you are so good. This is the filter right here. And it comes with your clean tubing and your dirty tubing, and a charger. Okay, I don't know how much these are now. Hopefully they're cheaper than they were when we bought them. I don't even remember how much they were, but a version of this, and so then you can charge this up and have it pumping, right, for drinking water, cooking water, whatever else it is. But it comes with this filter, and you can buy extra ones of these. I'm thinking if it gets bad enough, you drop the chlorine down in there, let it do, the chlorinated tablets. I think you got to let it sit for an hour, depending on how much water, boom, and then run it through here as another filtration system, right? And way back before I ever even know, y'all, because I don't want to open that other one, I had bought these, and they're charcoal filters that you can screw on like water bottles. And I don't think it's that kind of water bottle. I think it's like the soda size, whatever. But as you can see, you pop this. Okay. Now, these are not our normal water straws. I have bought these back in like 2016 or 2017. But you can screw these on top of a water bottle. I don't know if it's going to work with this. I think that's too big for this. You need a different size water bottle, a little bit larger water bottle, okay? But it has the screw thing on it. Y'all have well water? Okay. Well, I'm just saying, you can filter it with that, right? And then drink from this as well, right? Because you see it has the pop top thing on it. And this is old, but they filter... It says replace the filter every 2 months, but this one filters 40 gallons of water for drinking. This little bitty thing filters up to 40 gallons, and then you would have to change the little carbon filter in there, charcoal filter. But between these three, I have 3 right here. 4. I got 4. I bought these a long time ago. I had about like 20 of them and gave them to my kids and stuff. But this is 80 gallons of clean drinking water with these 2 things. Right? Something simple. We also have our water straws, but okay. I don't even know if they still sell these or not. It ain't really no name on them. So I bought these off of Alibaba forever and ago, right? But this is something that you can start doing, because I did see in Charleston or somewhere in South Carolina or something, North Carolina, one of them places, exactly what y'all saying, people getting sick. So that's why God told us to get these things. Okay, here you go. 2 people living in 2 completely different parts of the country saying the same thing. How many times did we say that just because it ain't happening right where you are, that doesn't mean that it's not? How many times have you heard that here at WOIU? Right? Y'all heard that here? Hundreds of times. Okay. Do you believe it now? Do you believe that God had you buy the things that he told you to get? I hope so. Because every single time we get on here, stuff that he told us to get that people was calling us crazy for, we just keep understanding why he had us buy it. See, this seemed like so simple back then, and now all of that. And now folks are seeing the news about the water not being no good, the water drying up, and they're thinking about when you told them to go get this. They might not say nothing to you, but they're thinking about it. Because God will bring it back to their memory that he sent someone to warn them about what was coming while it was still available, while things were still good. And they didn't listen. They called you crazy. It's okay. You wasn't. You wasn't at all. Hello. crazy. But since y'all in my business, did y'all go get y'all book or download it or open it up on the website? I can't remember what the website is called, y'all. Where y'all went and got these books from, the new OTP and NTP. All right, this is getting weird and weird. Let me go get my journal. All right, y'all. So at 9:22 this morning, can I give y'all the revelation that God gave me about a dream I had when I was in Indiana? And I think I touched on this the other day with y'all, but he literally gave it to me today. Hello. Like the whole revelation of it. I'm just going to read the note that I wrote at 9:22 this morning. And then just thinking about what y'all saying right now. The three things that stood out about my last dream of such and such while in Indiana was disease, death, and darkness. Disease, death, and darkness. He came the first time with his normal self, but disease in his loins. Next, as a skeleton. The third time, like a death dealer spirit. No face, but he was in a cloak that was black and you couldn't see his face. There was no face, just a voice coming from the hood. And he looked like a spirit but solid. Okay? You said the water is bad and it's making people sick. We have a disease going around that's on the food that's making people vomit and have diarrhea. There's also a version, the hantavirus, that is making people sick. And there's a few other new STIs out that nobody ever heard of prior to now. That's real crazy. One of them looks like ringworms, they said. But it's a whole STI. There's a couple new things that are out and about right now. Okay? The animals have sicknesses. The fruits and vegetables have sicknesses. The people and their skin have sicknesses. The air has something floating in it, and the water as well. Is this what y'all telling me? We're having an extreme heat wave where they saying the grid can go down because it's so hot. That would cause darkness, right? Okay. A lot of people have been talking about how their power is blinking in and out, internet blinking in and out, phone service blinking in and out. Hello. And on every continent right now, just about, well, every continent, and some of the islands, there's death happening, is it not? There's people dying in Cuba because they don't have ventilators and medicine and lights. There's people that just died in Venezuela. There's people that are being killed in Africa and Sudan, the Congo. There's people that are dying in Ukraine. There's people that are dying in Israel and Gaza and all of these places. There are people that are dying and being hung and shot in the streets and all kinds of stuff here in America. There's people that died in the flood that just happened in Asia. There's people that died here from the floods. They're being swept away in water. As soon as you said that, my phone started buffering, and now you on repeat. Interesting. Okay. Go out and come back in and see what happened. Oh, okay. So do those things seem like disease, death, and darkness to you? Do they? I wrote this at 9:22 this morning, 7/8. So that dream was about my ex, but it wasn't even about my ex. It was about what we was about to see in real life, because I was still in Indiana, so that was April or May. Hello? It wasn't June or July. It was April or May. Since then, the little conflict that's going on, it didn't ramped up, right? Or no? Since then, they dropped a balloon on some people that was the right under the NB that I told y'all I dreamed about 10 years ago this year in the same month. 2 days after the 9th of Av, which we studied about yesterday. But I didn't find those papers until this morning. Huh? Transformers have been going out underground in the city. Has been without power for a couple hours. Alright, let's get to it. I just read the dream about certain things being underground, going off, and this and that, and the like of it all. Girl, come on in, man. Let's just do it. Okay. So, good thing I have 2 of these. You know what? You said this happened on 4th of July in New Orleans. Interesting. We had several days of storms and rain, and the lake by me is still dry. Interesting. Hey. So, remember I said, I don't know why God gave me 2 of a certain book. Now I know why, because the other one was broke. And I didn't know it yet until the other day. So thank you to whoever. I think it was Danny that sent me this book. If it wasn't, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so this book right here, y'all know I just had got this recently, right? But I was like, I think I got 2 of these. Remember I looked over there, and I do. But the other one, I didn't know that when I was going to open it, it was going to fall apart. When I tell you he give it to you before you need it. So I got one for the shelf and one for the study, because as soon as I opened it up to read it, this happened. But the part that came out, I'm going to show y'all the part that came out, and then y'all just tell me what y'all think about it. You sent it, T? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, thank you, T. Because guess what? I didn't know that my version was raggedy. Baby, it came all the way apart. Do you hear me? Look. I said, now, I don't understand why you sent me 2 books. He said, because when you go to study, and he told me which one to grab, too, which was crazy. Didn't know this one was broke. But the part that fell out was very interesting, and this is what we're going to talk about today. This is my old copy that I've had for a long time. It's falling apart, babe. I don't even know. Hello? But the part that just fell out in my lap, because look, now watch this now. Nothing. These is secure. Y'all see this? Who want to see what part fell out the book? When I say he's blowing my mind right now, he's blowing my mind. Crazy. I'm gonna show y'all in the new book. The one that I read can see. Hopefully they didn't change the pages. Let's see if they changed the pages. Nope. Good job. Okay. So this is King Herod's temple. This is the page the original page that came out. As y'all can see, here's the same picture, right? Y'all see it? It's just this half of it, right? Y'all see? Okay. Right? Y'all see it? The back of this. See what they say? Marshalling the Christian forces. Marshalling the Christian forces. That's interesting. And right at the bottom of here, it says the early Christian evangelists were often perceived as a threat to who? Emor, and thus were punished. Here, Paul visits Peter in prison. Now, on the paper that I read to y'all, at the bottom, it says of Romanism, okay? It says the papacy, the office, dignity, or jurisdiction of the Pope. Above that is subjugated, to defeat or gain control of someone or something by the use of force, to bring under control or governance as a subject, to make submissive, to get control over a violent person or group of people. Okay, all of this is written down by Romanism, the papacy, and what I was telling you about earlier. You said the Abraham Accord and the Noah. I was not permitted to use or look in that book. Only you deem. Interesting. Interesting. Now, we're not done. That's crazy you say that. What the heck? So, the next part of it that fell out was page 359. Okay? Page 359. When I tell you, he know how to send you a message. Okay? Page 359 all the way to page 382. But wait, there's more. Uh-huh. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. I'm just going to read to you the key points. Here we go. Nero made scapegoats of the Christians. The first to be interrogated implicated other Christians. Many were put to death in bizarre ways. Some were dressed in animal skins. Who does that? Who remembers the that show, The Confessionals or whatever, when they was dressed as animals or encountered animals and they would have to fight to the death? Y'all remember in there he was talking about that? Right? Did y'all watch that one? When the guy was talking to one when he had long hair, gladiators. Right. Right. But also, if you watch the confessionals, the white dude with the long hair, he talked about the underground stuff that be going on in Arizona, if you remember, and what he was hunting. And the people recently just had a party where everybody had animals on their head. Remember? Was it the last year or this year that a certain said group of people, and this was televised, parts of it, had animal heads on and dog heads on and pretty dresses and the like? No? Hmm. We also know some rappers and stuff that will be going to said types of parties, and they will have certain things on their head or animal hooves on and things like that. The galas, got it. Let me ask you a question. From what we see in movies, someone always comes up missing around that time, yes or no? We know what happens once they dress up like that because we're not allowed in after that, don't we? We know that there is going to be a life source that is going, the light is going to go out at that party. Something is going to be sacrificed. Something is, there's going to be some bloodshed, right? Okay. I think Miss Auntie Ida.
But if y'all never seen it, there you have it. All right, so if y'all don't know, man, we here at the famous Hollywood sign. But if y'all never seen this, right here, Canyon Lake, this is the blood drop right here. This is the blood drop. This shows all the sacrifices of Hollywood, how the inner works work. If y'all see this, man, this is a straight blood drop. You know what happens in Hollywood stays in Hollywood. But y'all, they letting y'all know right here, bro. You see the blood drop. This is what this shit is about, bro. See that? That's blood. That's a blood drop, like a teardrop, full of blood. That's all blood, bro. Like, that is a real blood drop, bro. It's telling you something. Look, Hollywood, sacrifice yourself in blood. Get it back in blood, gang.
Now, why is that relevant to the crucifixion? Because it is. The Mount of Olives that Jesus is going to come down on because he shed his blood and he gets to come back is right across from the, what you call it? The Temple Mount. Remember we did that as what, like 160 feet or something like that? The Mount of Olives from whatever. And then we found out that that's where they sacrificed the cows, was on the Mount of Olives. Come on, Nikwa. You said they keep taking Indigo Jade and keep talking Indigo Jade and how something might be happening with her. I don't even know who that is, but can I show y'all something real quick? They always talking about the gold juice, right? They always talking about signing your name in a certain thing. Of course, it's going to be your own because that's your DNA signature, and demons know how to hunt people by bloodline, do they not? Bloodhounds kind of do the same. All you need is a drop. Hmm? All you need is a drop. That's it. Okay, T, I don't know if you was in class earlier. Did you just get here? But yeah, right. But we not gonna type what it is. We just gonna know. Cause that's why they be messing with us. Everything today is kinda, unless I say give me the definition, it's just we know. Right? I'm gonna talk about it, but we need them to leave us over here and let us alone. Okay. It's all right. Okay. So, get back to this. Here we go. Um, Here we go. I'm sorry. Uh, Nero made scapegoats of the Christians. We read that. Here we go. Some were dressed in animal skins, and savage dogs were sent upon them. So they were hunted by dogs. Y'all remember the video I just showed y'all a minute ago? Well, is that a robo dog with a bean shooter on it? What you think they using it for? Hmm. Do you think that those dogs are going to be used for the same thing that these things are going to be? Now listen now. Nero made scapegoats of the Christians. Huh. Interesting. When y'all went and watched that movie the other day, or yeah, if you got a chance to watch the exorcism of Emily Rose, did you hear any when she was in the garage or in the horse shed thing, okay, in the stable? Did you write down what name she said? Did you get a chance to do that? If you rewatched the exorcism of Emily Rose, what names did she say? When her eyes went black and she was talking and her hair was wet. Did anybody watch it? Anybody? It's important. Did y'all watch it? Or did you even just go look at that part? No? Nobody did? Hmm? Hello, hello. Are y'all here? You did. Okay. What names did she say when she was in the horse stable? Y'all didn't write it down? Hmm. told you I write them down. I said, pay attention to the names that she say, because they're important. They're very, 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 very important. The names that was spouted out of her mouth when she was in the Chinese food. What? Yeah, they must be playing for real. What do you mean Chinese food? Judas and Nero was both in the names. Yes, it was. Judas and Nero. There was, if I'm not mistaken, there should be 4. 3 or 4. There we go. Cain, Nero, Judas, Belial, Lucifer, and Hitler. Cain, Nero, Judas, Belial, Lucifer, and Hitler. Huh? I'm going to tell y'all one more time. Cain, Nero, Judas, Belial, Lucifer, and Hitler. Cain, Nero, Judas, Legion. Oh, I'm sorry, Legion. Excuse me, Legion, Lucifer, and okay. Y'all think they just put that in there for no reason? Huh? All of those beings were inhabited by the same demon. Okay? So each sack of flesh was inhabited by the same entity. I believe it. Can you tell me the scripture that talks about the frogs in Revelations? And the leaders? And then we gonna get to what we get into. I know y'all like CERCA. Just give me a minute. Come on. What's the scripture about the frogs and the world leaders in Revelations? Can you tell me what it is? (16 and 13). What's it say? Will it let you put it here? There we go. Thank you. It says, and I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. Look, false prophet. Interesting. Interesting. So he saw a reptile or an amphibian come out of the mouth of these 3 leaders. And it was a spirit. And these are the three spirits, or the three sacks of flesh, literally, that are going to be ruling all of mankind? Yes or no? At a time when great persecution is going to be happening, right? Who do we all recognize the false prophet to be? They even tell us in the movies. Hmm. Right. Okay. Here we go. Ooh. It says, and savage dogs were sent upon them. Others were crucified. Still others were made into human torches in Nero's own garden. Tradition has it that in the period of persecution following the burning of Rome, the apostles Peter and Paul were put to death. Interesting. Here we go. Mm-mm-mm. In Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin, an administrative and judicial council of the Jews, forbade Peter and John to speak in the name of Jesus. Can you tell me what happens in Jerusalem right now, or what can happen if you talk about Jesus? And can you tell me what they say Jesus is doing right now in Jerusalem? If you were to talk to anybody that wears this, tell me what they'll say. What do they think about Christ? Right now. What do they think? He's burning in excrement, and he's in a very hot place. Does that sound like this what we just... In Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin, an administrative and judicial council of the Jews, forbade Peter and John to speak in the name of Jesus. When they persisted, they were arrested and jailed, escaped, were rearrested, and beaten. They were told not to continue teaching and were released. Sound familiar? Can you go to jail over there for talking about Jesus right now? Can you? You can. Interesting. Mm-hmm. All right. It says in AD 44, Herod Agrippa I, then ruler of Judea and other parts of where? Palestine. Under who? The Romans. Palestine was being ruled by the Romans. Lashed out savagely, the Romans did, against the Christians, He had James, son of Zebedee and brother of John, killed, and then arrested Peter, who later escaped from prison miraculously. In his Jewish antiquities, Flavius Josephus. This Flavius Josephus, this one right, this one, this, this, this Flavius Josephus, this one, wrote about how Rome wasn't really who they said they was. Interesting. How many of you went to church most of your life and you didn't know who Josephus was? I know I did. This is me. Girl. 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 You did, you did, you did, you did. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's keep going. All right. I just wanted to see if he was going to pick up on some goodies the Lord didn't gave you. Okay, here we go. In his Jewish antiquities, Flavius Josephus wrote that around AD 62, James, the brother of Jesus, who was the leader of the church in Jerusalem, James, the brother of Jesus, was a leader of the church in Jerusalem, was put to death at the instigation of Ananus, the high priest, under the Roman Empire. Oh. Anybody remember when we first got over here and I used to tell people a lot of them people over there is the Romans? And then that's when our TikTok started acting real weird. I said the people you see over there, a lot of them is Roman folks. Y'all remember this? Anybody remember? Let's just say they never left. Do you remember, Danny? Okay. Okay. I want y'all to see something. And just so you know, I wrote down, this was at 7/7/3/19 a.m. when I was reading this. Because I hadn't read it. Here we go. You said read it right now, God. Okay. According to tradition, Peter died by crucifixion, yet the details, listen, according to tradition, Peter died by crucifixion. Yet, the details of his martyrdom are actually a mystery. In the first epistle of Clement to the Corinthians from about AD 96, Clement of Rome, one of the apostolic fathers, wrote, Peter was subjected to tribulation, not once or twice, but many times, and it was in that way that he bore his witness. Ere he left us, for his well-earned place in glory. A passage in the Gospel of John is often read as a reference to Peter's death. Jesus said, when you are old, you will stretch out your hands, and another will gird you and carry you where you do not wish to go. Right? Here we go. Did Peter's death take place in Rome? Mentioned in Babylon in 1 Peter 5:13, which is the most likely a cryptic reference to Rome. Who like mysteries? Do you? I want to say this to you. What if the KJV is just the traditions and they give them what they can stomach? The milk. Because here, right here, it says, which is most likely a cryptic reference to Rome, is often taken to point to Peter's presence there. He is widely believed to have died in Nero's garden in the vicinity of the Vatican. It is here, in fact, that he is believed by many to have been buried. St. Peter's Basilica. Who remembers us on, I think it was either Evil or 33 coins that they got St. Peter's head or something? Just like they got Mary's head. All the hair on my body is standing up. Which one of them shows showed us that they had a piece of St. Peter in there? It was either 33 coins or 30 coins or whatever it was, or Evil. But in one of the shows, they had a piece of his body. Well, that would make sense if he was killed right there in the Vatican. Huh? I think most of it is just the tradition. We have stumbled upon the fact many times. Come on. Huh? Why they didn't tell us that that's where St. Peter was killed at? It was 30 coins. Y'all, all the hair on my body is standing up. Why they didn't tell us that? Because he still could have been crucified there, but y'all didn't tell us that it was right in the middle of the Vatican. Y'all didn't tell us that. Huh. So 30 coins, no more than... Wait a minute. Y'all don't think that's interesting? Who remembers me asking you the question, why do they say slept with their fathers and not what happened to them? You said they got the power from the items and the bones, because they would have to own up and start answering questions. Interesting. How many of you, right, have found out that, yeah, they rested with their fathers, but the way that they died was probably real crazy? Any of y'all read the apocalypses and found out that what we thought is they just went in to rest all kind? That ain't how it ended. They did go to rest with their fathers, but what happened prior to that in a lot of the apocalypses is a lot different from what we've been taught in the KJV. You said right, like they just died in their sleep peacefully, and that's not what the apocalypses say or the hidden books say. Hello. Hello. Okay, here we go. I just want y'all to see what I be seeing, because we be seeing some stuff. Oh, and it mentions the Acts of Peter, which is not in the Bible. It mentions that. So it mentions Clement, which we have in a few books, but we definitely have it in the books of the Bible, the lost books of the Bible. Clement's book is in there, right? We know that. We have Clement up there. So it's telling you, hey, if you want to know the rest of the story, you got to go here. So look. It says, in the aftermath of the persecution under Nero, Rome, that followed the burning of Rome, the Christian community was badly shaken. Scholars believe that some of the New Testament books were written to encourage and support the fledgling faith. The stage was set for the more systematic and widespread persecution of Christians that followed in the next centuries. So, who believes that we're going to go through the things that the first Christians did at the end times? Like that movie that they come out with, the Book of Clement. Sister. Sister. You've been on my mind. You said, so now we may have to go watch that now. Listen. It's some stuff in there. Even... See, most people would have just read through that. Nothing would have came to mind, but not over here. Because we'd be like, wait a minute, we saw a movie with that. Wait a minute, hold on. Because remember in the Hello. Hello. Now, this is the leaflet that he chose to throw at me. Are you ready? Girl. Wait a minute now. Come on. So this the same leaflet now. Look. Look what's on there. What's that say? Was Nero the beast of Revelations? The destruction of the temple. Are y'all seeing this? Now, mind you, he could have let any part of this book fall apart. Y'all see me holding, nothing else fell out but these two leaflets here at the end of the book. Because my baby, T of Yah, sent me a new one. And remember, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Well, maybe I'll study out of one. And then I pick up the old one, not the new one. And it falls apart. Hello. It falls right on apart. And I said, well, maybe this is what you want me to read. Well, yeah. Actually, it is. Here we go. Are you ready? Yeah. The famous number of the beast can be understood in the reference to the violent Roman ruler Nero. In Hebrew and other ancient languages, the letters of the alphabet were used as numbers, and thus every letter had a numerical value. The number of the beast is best explained as a code for Neron Caesar, or Caesar, however you want to say it. If this name is written in Hebrew, the sum of the letters equals 666. If the Latin form Nero Caesar, Nero Caesar, is used, the result is 616, a variant number actually found in some manuscripts of the Greek text of Revelations. The book of Revelation contains a description of the beast. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed. This gruesome image may be another veiled reference to Nero. After the emperor committed unaliving by shanking himself, some believe that he had not really died, but had gone into hiding. It was feared that he would one day reappear to resume his bloody career. A later variation of this belief was that he had indeed died but would come to life again. An allusion to this resurrected Nero identified with the Antichrist occurs in Revelation 17 and 8. The beast that was and is not and is to come. Like neurons in the brain. Come on, girl. Come on. Hello. So if you went and watched that show, the same spirit that was in Cain was the same spirit that was in Legion. There was the same spirit that was in Nero. There was the same spirit. Hello? And it's the same spirit that's about to be in this leader that's about to come to power. Hello. Let me go back up here. Let's see if it's going to let us go. Cain. So the same spirit that was in Cain was the same spirit that was in Nero. The same spirit that was in Nero was in Judas. The same spirit that was in Belial was in, what did y'all say? Legion and Lucifer and Hitler. Can you tell me what was just put, or what they just showed? It's an animal. That was just put or gifted or something to our leadership here in the country where I live. Can you tell me what animal it was and what it looked like to you? Do you know? You said Kuro is a disease in the brain, neurons. Interesting. Interesting. Mm. And that makes sense. Kuru. Mm-hmm. So, no. Y'all didn't see the bird that they got? They got Hitler's bird. It was a gift from somebody or a corporation, or they made it or something. Go look it up. Like in the last 2 weeks or so. Since I've been home, this didn't happen. I want to say the last 2 weeks. They got gifted or something. A big. It looked like it. You said I googled it. It said it's a panda. I know that's not. No, it was a bird. I don't know if he put it on top of his thing or where he put it. But they got Hitler's bird recently, a gold one. Okay. Now, if you watch the movie, it said all the names that the same spirit was in. Okay. We talked about Emor being very quiet. It was definitely a bird. It was. We talked about Emor being very quiet yesterday and not saying much. We looked up the abbreviations of what is in Emor. Okay? Right? The way they make it seem, it's just a holy place. Don't really nothing be going on much over there or nothing. Right? But if you haven't paid attention to everything that we've been reading, it didn't matter if a person was in Jerusalem or wherever they were. It was word that got back to Emor about what was going on. Okay? Eyes everywhere. Here we go. One second. Okay, now I was reading this yesterday at 4:07 a.m. This is all the same pamphlet, y'all. A golden bald eagle. Here we go. I pay attention to that. It says no other writing in the New Testament so intentionally mysterious as the revelation to John, also called the Apocalypse. Okay. How many apocalypses or books of the apocalypse have you read since being here? And I want you to go. If you can't and you're not home, that's okay. But if you can get your books that have the apocalypses in them, if you have the yellow books, you can read how many books in that book have the apocalypse of in its name. You haven't just read the apocalypse of Daniel or the apocalypse or the revelation of John. You've also read other apocalypses or books of the apocalypse. Can you please tell me what, or not what books, but how many books other than the revelation or the apocalypse of Daniel and the apocalypse of John have you read since being here? So many. I can count them on two hands. Oh, okay. You think that has a lot to do with all that's getting ready to happen right now? Why would they hide the other apocalypses? Why wouldn't they want the masses to understand what God showed the other people that got revelation as well, and not just give them bits and pieces? And have you also noticed that in the books and most of the apocalypses that we read, that Emor is not who the world thinks they are? Do you see that often? That the books that were deemed non-canon tell you exactly what this is saying here, is that, hey, these people is not holy at all. As a matter of fact, they are the enemy of God's people. No. not including the ones we've read online. All of them, girl, wherever you done read them. Right. Just run through an extra number. I mean, I'm giving y'all time if you can. And now, if you can't and you're not home or whatever, okay. But if you can, any of your, like, I believe the Nag Hammadi might have some. The Lost Books, if there's an apocalypse or so in there. Our yellow and black OTP. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Any of your books that you have, or online books that you have, if you could just do a rough count, right? They've been playing in our face. But also, God said, hey, those that want to know more, they going to find it. And they going to see some. All right, roughly how many you got? So 13. I know it's been over 20. Ooh. You said 13 at least? You said you know it's been... I should have brought my blanket because I don't want to... Girl. You know what? I'm going to use one of my things as a blanket. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'll put it here. Somewhere, I think. Dang it. Hold on. Okay. This is the blanket. It smells so nice. Okay. Like an old lady with it on my lap. All right. So, in your apocalypses, did you learn more about what humankind is going to suffer during the end times? Also, did you see Emor referenced a lot in those apocalypses? You might have saw Kittim, right? Huh? How many of you have this book? This makes me excited. Good job. How many of you have this book? Or, okay. If you go to the War Scroll, now in here it says Kittim of Assyria. But we know Kittim to be Rome. Right? In this book, it says Kittim of Assyria. But do you see what it says right there? You see that? It's a Romans. You see this? Romans. But there's Kittim. This is on page 146 in my book. Okay? The first lines of the scroll lay the framework for a three-stage conflict between the sons of light, that is, the members of the Yahad, and the sons of darkness. The first battle finds the adversaries led by Kittim of Assyria. Although the name Kittim is most often used in the scrolls as a reference to the Romans. So the wars that are happening in the Middle East are being funded by Kittim. Now, remember I told y'all God had me go back through my journal entries? I'm about to show y'all something. I said, wait a minute. Whoa. Not you was telling me in 2014. Left it in there. Oh, wait. Oh, y'all. I left it in my room. Well, anyway. Wait a minute. Whatever it was. Dang it, girl. Wherever I wrote it, it was saying Kittim, but it was spelling it Chittim. So it can be spelled Chittim, Kittim, or the name we know it by. Okay? So if you wanted to hide down throughout history, you just change your name, right? So that the next group of people coming in don't know that you're Kittim. You change it to Roman or Rome or the papacy. You've seen it that way too. Okay. Right? So if we go look up Kittim, we not thinking they talking about Rome when they say Kittim did this and Kittim did that, or Chittim did this or Chittim did that, or they were the adversaries of the Hebrews and blah, skip. We're not thinking Rome is. Not with how holy of a city they supposed to be, right? Would you think that the people that are supposed to be where it says it's the holiest city on the planet would be against Christianity? I mean, does that come off to you like that? I mean, they supposedly worship Jesus. They supposedly are a Christian organization. This is what we're told. Right? But as you can see from the little bit that we've read today, whenever Rome got word that the message of Jesus was being spread, they started doing some real crazy stuff to people. Well, you know what? Here we go. Is the archetype of bad guys. The kingdom of Assyria come in alliance with the biblical enemies Edom, Moab, Ammon, and Philistia. Cooperating with this unholy alliance are the violators of the covenant. Jews who had spurned the message of the Yahad. Can you tell me what Yahad is? Or jihad? What is it? Right. No. Yahad. An Arabic words that translates to struggle or effort. Interesting. What else they give you? Y'all know they like to play with letters. It's okay. Y'all know they like to play with letters, so that's why I also ask you to look up the jihad. What is jihad? What is it? Okay, together and united. What is jihad? Because these eyes don't want to work. Jihad in Hebrew means community. Okay. Together. What is jihad? What does this stand for? An Islamic concept referring to the religious duty to maintain and spread the faith as well as the personal struggle to live a moral life. Jihad together as one. Okay. So let me ask you a question. What message, okay, is Kittim going to be spreading that is a religious message to the world? And what is going on right now in ancient Mesopotamia is going to kick that off. Hmm? What message and religion is going to be spread? Tell me. Chrislam. And another name for that is what? What's another name for that? OWR? Mm-mm. OWR. The one world religion that they came up with. So when Armageddon starts, Kittim is going to get together with Moab and all of these people. We already went through the list. And after that, there is going to be a religion that you can't go against, or you're going to be slain if you do. Yes or no? Is that what Revelations or the Apocalypses tell us? Huh? We use a word all the time, the global community. And if you're not going to be a part of the global community, that there are going to be some problems that you're going to experience. That you could be unalived. That is what it says. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. The second stage expands the war's influence to Kittim, who dwelt in Egypt, and then finally to the kings of the north. The kings of the north, we already figured out who that is. Can you tell me if Kittim is Rome, and it says the second stage expands the war's influence to the Kittim, who dwelt in Egypt, and then finally to the kings of the north. Can I show you a picture? How many of you have seen this several times since you've been over here? Egyptians, Romans. Egyptians, Romans. Interesting. When you go and you look up most of the stuff that is in Rome, like the disc and staff, is it not all Egyptian? Their sun disc and their sun worship is Ra. No? Or yes? Most of the stuff that they use in their ceremonies has Egyptian symbols on it, or it is an Egyptian symbol. Sun worship. This is, we know in here, okay, because they asked who changed the holy day to Sunday, and they said the Roman Catholic Church, because they know that the Sabbath is Saturday, but they worship God on the Lord's day, Sunday, not the Sabbath, which is Saturday, Friday going into Saturday, or whatever it is. This, they don't. And this book tells you when they changed it and what they did with that. This is a very good book. And you see the number on there. Hello. Okay. So this was written, hold on, all the way back then, but the writers of these books knew that Rome was going to start a war that was going to push a one world religion, and he was going to use they call Rome she, whatever, was going to use the war in the Middle East to push the one world religion and the one world community. Okay? But I asked y'all a question yesterday. Have you heard anything about Rome and everything that's going on? They're just real quiet. We talked about it. They're not saying much. The world is falling apart, and Rome ain't saying nothing. They're not saying anything. Crickets. Interesting. Okay. This war is gonna last 40 years, but we're already in it. It's already been happening, so there's that. All right, back to where we was at. We're wrong. I just want y'all to see God has been giving us bits and pieces all throughout here. Okay, here we go. And I know this is a lot, y'all, but I need y'all to, because here we go. All right, here we go. Within its pages, within its pages, one reads of a scroll eaten from the hand of an angel and a woman clothed with the sun. A woman, they call the Catholic Church a woman, clothed with the sun, pursued by a great red dragon, a beast with 10 horns and 7 heads. Exotic symbols and riddles abound. All these were a part of a vision that John says he saw in the spirit. Now, what's really crazy is, before I read this, and yesterday I told y'all it was my mama's birthday, I showed her what Auntie sent me, because she was talking about John on the Isle of Patmos, and I said, well, Mama, I'm gonna video call you, and I want to show you something. I got pictures inside of where he was at when he got this revelation, because my Auntie Sandra sent them to me the pictures that she took of the cave that he was in. Y'all, all the hair on my body is standing up right now. I just want you to know that. When she was on Patmos. You mean this cave where the revelations? So what? Oh. You see how big them rocks is? Who put them there? How they holding up? Thank you, Auntie. Right? You see it. I said, that's pretty darn cool. Okay? So when I tell y'all he been fopping me in my head, it take a long time to get where we going, but we going. Okay? Receipts, right? I just told my mama, I was like, this and that, the land of the gods. All right? Boom. So there's that. Here we go. The rocks are in the sea. Yeah. Okay. So look. It says Revelation is a vast pageant set on a visionary stage spanning heaven and earth. The message was directed to Christians who were faced with persecution by the Roman state. And it gave them a vision in which the powers of the world were measured by a new scale. So we read this yesterday, a little bit of this yesterday. This is the thing. The beast that was, that isn't, or that wasn't, and then that is coming back. I believe in my heart, through the rest of what we get right read, that's why they've been so silent, because they know they're about to come to power again. Because they're going to make the world follow the Antichrist. That's why they're quiet. That's why they're not saying anything. They can't be tied to anyone if they're going to endorse oh boy. So it can't look like they're taking sides to nobody, because it's going to be the world peace, right? This is why they're quiet. This is why they ain't saying nothing. This is why, think about it, we got a new pope, he's from Chicago, and all of this. Now, you know what's real crazy? Wasn't evil shot in Chicago? Was that Chicago or New York? Was it New York or Chicago that evil was shot in? Or supposedly supposed to be in? Wasn't it Chicago? And then in 33 Coins, they had to go to a church in Chicago to get to the what's the name? It was a portal or something. Remember? So was evil telling us that evil was about to come out of Chicago and go over to Rome? Even in what you call it? What's the other show that had Chicago? The Exorcist, the Pope came to Chicago. Remember? Because that's why they was sitting there and they was talking about the papacy and this, that, and the other. And the white lady was explaining it away. And remember this? So, way back when, they told us where the next Pope was coming from. Because that show, girl, yeah, they told us where the next Pope was coming from. He was coming from Chicago. But see, they made it like he was coming to Chicago the whole time. He was coming out of Chicago and going over there. Hello. But they did tell us about the... You seeing it, Danny? You seeing it? So all of these shows that we've been watching, y'all, I'm like, you've been... Listen, that's why I said, I know it's taking me forever to get somewhere, but just... Can you just be here with me? It seemed like we all over the place, but it's gonna make sense. Okay? You said wasn't the captives based in Chicago too? Indiana and Chicago. Indiana, Chicago, and California. And a few other places too, but yeah. She was from Indiana. But the major hospitals and stuff like that was Indy, and then I believe she was in Chicago a couple times, and California. You said, yep, whole time my focus was in the wrong place, but now the puzzle is puzzling. Uh-oh. I don't think it was every class you be busting my head with great info. Listen, come on, let's keep going, because why you let this fall out of the book after you let Tia Y'all send me a new one? I picked the book up and all of this fell out at one time. You said it was filmed in New York with the primary locations. So it was in New York? I thought they was in Chicago. Well, which one was in Chicago? Okay, so they filmed it there, but wasn't it supposed to be like it was in Chicago, or was that New York? Why do I feel like it was they made it like it was Chicago? So we was all wrong, y'all. You was looking at New York and not Chicago. Interesting. I don't know why I felt like it was Chicago. Did they fly to Chicago? Because they was all over the country. I feel like when the L train was behind her house, that wasn't Chicago. Was it upstate New York? Cause I could have sworn they were playing it like it was Chicago. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant. It was okay. Okay. Cause I'm like, from what I understood, it was supposed to be Chicago where they was at. But it was they filmed it in New York, but it was in Chicago. Okay. So the scene was set in Chicago. Okay. That's why I was like, I thought it was Chicago, but okay. So it was shot in New York, but it was in Chicago. Okay. Okay. I just okay. Cause I was like, wait a minute, hold on now. All right. So let's keep going. um, here we go. Um, for example, the mighty Roman Empire, which presented itself as the keeper of ancient values. It just felt watching minister speaking about the evil coming out of Chicago and New York. Whoa, wait a minute, what? You said I just left watching a minister speaking about the evil coming out of Chicago and New York and what's to come out of it. When right now? Spookier is spookier by the moment. This class is getting interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all it's some pieces being put together. I know this is taking forever, but just bear with me, cause listen, just a few minutes ago before I came in here, that part, girl. I'm trying to tell y'all the pieces is pacing. He was speaking about the coming of the last days. Did you just get in here? Did you just get it? Did you just get in here? Yeah. Rika. Mm-hmm. Mm. You should, because we've been talking about the end times. That's exactly. Ooh, we talking about the apocalypse. That's what we've been over here talking about the whole time, and who's behind it. Mm. Mm-mm. All right, shall we? Shall we? Shall. Here we go. For example, the mighty Roman Empire, which presented itself as the keeper of ancient values. Would you say that they represent themselves as the keeper of ancient values, Christian values? Girl, the confirmation in Hindu. Ooh, wait, I'll be trying to tell y'all. You said he was speaking. It's very close. Interesting. Here we go. The fountainhead or order. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. The fountainhead of order and law. I'm gonna read this again now. For example, the mighty Roman Empire, which presented itself as the keeper of ancient values, the fountainhead of order and law. So if they are the fountainhead of order and law, why are they silent right now? If they are the keeper of ancient values, and we know what ancient values they try to say they're the keeper of, why are they silent when there's no order and the laws are international laws at that are being broken? Why are they silent? Think about this now. You ain't heard nothing. Absolutely anything. You said when babies are silent, they doing something. Hello. Come on, sister. Okay, look. Right. Here we go. And that appears in the vision as nothing more than a beast or a harlot or the detailed ruin of a once awesome city. Fallen is Babylon the Great. By contrast, the church becomes a multitude which no man can number, from every nation, from all tribes and peoples, and the tongues standing before the throne. Interesting. Hmm. They have been pretending for a very long time, which we know. But whole time, they the people behind what's getting ready to come. If I push the blame off on ASU and uh, those other people, then I can do whatever I want to do, and nobody's paying attention to everything that I'm doing. Okay? Nobody's paying attention. Reminds me of my greedy uncle who always got his hand out. Uh-oh. Here we go. Look at this. It says, although to modern taste, Revelation, blah, 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 with its exotic images may seem bizarre, it was in fact following a common pattern within Jewish literature of its time. Numerous examples of such writings have survived, including the book of Daniel in the Hebrew Bible and second Esdras, in the Apocrypha. Scholars call these works apocalyptic literature, after the Greek word apocalypsis, which means revelation. Huh? It says right here, numerous examples of such writings have survived, including the book of Daniel in the Hebrew Bible and second Esdras in the Apocrypha. Scholars call these works apocalyptic literature. So why are these books not in the Bible if we are living at the end times? Do you think that they would be valuable to the masses? Several other apocalypses survived. Let me ask you a question. How many of you answered? You said, who saw the movie Apocalypse Now? I did not. I haven't. You said, did you show us this book, Auntie? If you did, I'll rewind it and come back. It's making your toes wiggle a little bit. You said it was like a wave the left hand, so you don't see what the right hand is. Here we go. Okay? Here we go. I'm trying to tell y'all. Listen. I said, hold on. All right. All right, it says John introduced his book as the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show his servants what must soon take place. And he made it known by sending his angel to his servant John. Apocalyptic literature often described the way in which the present evil age of human history would be overthrown by God, who would then create a new perfect age from which evil would be banished. The visions in this literature were ascribed to many of the ancient figures of the Bible. Adam. Did God reveal to Adam what was going to happen at the end times? Did he? He did. How do you know that? Does it tell you in the KJV that God revealed to Adam what was going to happen at the end times? In the KJV? In the KJV, it tells you that God revealed to Adam what was going to happen at the end times. No. Where did you read that? So how can you tell me yes, that God gave Adam an apocalypse? Huh? Let's see. Let me see then. I got one book right here. Oh. In the apocalypse of Adam. Hold on. Right there. The apocalypse of Adam. So if you have this book, it was in the Testament of Adam and the life of Adam and Eve too. Hello. But again, the word apocalypse means revelation, or revelation means apocalypse. So you said right. We getting there. Just hold on. We getting there. 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 Right. So there was an apocalypse of Adam. So God gave Adam revelation. Just reading your KJV, did you know that? No, because it doesn't tell us. They were created, they messed up, that was it, they died. Okay? Doesn't talk about what God reveals to his children. So, if I were to read this, it would be the revelation of Abraham, the revelation of Adam, and I think the revelation of Daniel, the revelation of Elijah, the revelation of Ezra, the vision of Ezra. We got that. I don't think... the revelation of Zephaniah. The revelation of Shadrach. Huh? So if somebody was to go and read this book, Mysteries of the Bible, I'm going to ask you, do you feel like God has revealed his mysteries to you? Hey, sister. Do you believe that this has been revealed to you? Not all, but a lot. You don't just read the Bible no more. You getting the mysteries. We getting the mysteries one day at a time. Oh, okay. And it means revealed too. You said my book is on the way. You said I am not playing. You probably could have went to the Goodwill and found it, Nisi Poo. They always at the Salvation Army and the Goodwill. In the bookstores. For like $3. Or maybe they don't be. Yes, I'm grateful and do not take it for granted. Okay. Here we go. So it says, these visions in literature were ascribed to many of the ancient figures of the Bible. Adam, Abraham, Moses, Ezekiel, Daniel, Ezra, and others, though almost all were written from about 200 BC to AD 200. So we know that they got to the masses at that time, but we already know that God, just like he makes us journal every day, he made them journal too. We know this. Okay? How is it that we can read the Apocalypse of Abraham, we can read The rest of Moses that wasn't in, I mean, the book of Moses that we get is not the book of Moses that everybody else got. I mean, we got that one and this one, right? The Testament of Moses. Auntie, I got it off thrift books because I haven't been seeing books in Goodwill lately. Okay. You said more than I ever experienced in church. So do you think that it's important? Now, who do you think hid these apocalypses? Seeing as how, even right here in this mysteries of the Bible, it said don't be deceived. Rome is not who you think they is. Why would that be in a book called Mysteries of the Bible? By Reader's Digest at that. This is Reader's Digest, honey. And they tell you don't read outside of nothing but the Bible. But here we go. This is leading us to all the books that we have read. And all of them, even the sibling oracles, tells us that Rome ain't who they say they is. You said them folks who are trying to hide who they really are. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. So y'all picking it up. Now, more hit it. They did, sister. They did. Because can I tell you something right here? We read it yesterday, I think. I think we did. Hold on. All of this whole thing just about is about Rome, y'all. So we read yesterday. We read yesterday about them taking the vessels and not putting them in there. We read that already. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so here it is. Revelation is closely related to this literature, but differs in that it was not attributed to a figure from ancient times. Instead, its author was a Christian named John, who was probably known to the readers of the book. Most scholars have concluded that John was not the Apostle John, but was a Christian leader living near the end of the 1st century. Toward the end of the reign of Emperor Domitian, John had evidently been exiled to the small island of Patmos in the Aegean. And he says, on account of the word of God and testimony of Jesus. And he says, on account the reason he was put there. Although we know little about John, the churches to whom he was writing knew him, and they knew this to be a document composed in their own time, with direct importance to them. To Christians of John's time, Revelation was startling but recognizable. Though John never expressly quotes the scriptures, Revelation is full of biblical images and language. Okay, so staying right there, they said, well, we really don't know a lot about John the Revelator or John that was on the Isle of Patmos. Do you say the same? We know about John the Baptist, and they tell you about John, but not that much. Yes? Y'all feel the same way? Like, we know he went through a few things, so forth and so on, but it's not a lot of information about his whole life and what all he went through. We know he was one of the disciples, or not the disciples, but one of those people. Okay. Do y'all believe that the mysteries of the Bible is being unveiled to you? I wish Joy was in the class today. Because y'all know Joy just sent me these books, right? We know this a couple months ago. They've been here. So, I come in here that day. I told y'all, God told me what books to grab. I grabbed these books. Now, T of y'all sent me the new one. He didn't have me grab the new one. He had me grab the old one. These 2 leaflets fell out. So, as y'all can see, this is me studying. Y'all can, well, that's the table of contents. I mean, what's the names at the back, the reference. You know what it is. That stuff. But this right here is all, you see the lines on it, the tapes. This is what I've been doing the last couple of days when I ain't been on here. Okay? That's what this is. Now, Why does he tell me this morning to go get book 3 of our NTP, and you will never believe what I found? Take a guess. You will not believe what I have found. Do me a favor. If you have this book, go to page 248. You said I never saw those leaflets in that book. In what book? Mm-mm. When I tell you he delivers it when you need it, do you see this? And I just read this 8:35 this morning. Got it. So they're not leaflets. It's part of the book. Girl, when I say he busting my head to the white meat. This was yesterday, 7/7. He kept telling me, write the day down, write the day down, write the time down, write the time down, write the day down. Then he had me read what he had me read today and bust my head to the white meat. Okay? I'm trying to tell y'all something. I had to come in here and get it because it was on the shelf. If you probably look at the class yesterday, the books is different. Hello. When I tell y'all he wanted us to read about this because it's up on us. So Dad said, you want to know who John is? Here you go, girl. And not only that, what's getting ready to happen right now, baby? I'll be right back. Let me run to the restroom because I need you to look up the Acts of John in Rome, if you can. You said the Acts of John in Rome. Mm-hmm. And Emor. Ain't that crazy? I said, wait a minute. Joy just sent me these books. I ain't got time to read all of them. All right. It is work. Listen, You said, that's the second book I had to buy for you. You said I couldn't look in them. If I did, I saw nothing. It was like I couldn't find information in them. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm just going to say I bought that book years ago. It was on the first shelf. Okay? And I done looked through it. Like, I got some dates in here from when I first started reading this book. And I got my little, I don't know exactly where they are, but I done wrote in here a few things. Not that many. But it's been on the shelf. This was on the first shelf. If you look at my video from when I first came over here, I've had this book for years. And I looked in a few things. Not that much, right? Whatever God took me to in there. Because it was for now. But I had to have this one. I had to have this one to make this all make sense right now. And he let all of this fall out. And then he told me, this was yesterday. This was yesterday. And this is today. Okay? Now, hold on. I just want to show y'all because I know y'all think I'm crazy. So I read this at 4:14 a.m. Do y'all see this right here? Domitian. Right? Y'all see this? The Emperor Domitian. Y'all see it? Now, I read this yesterday. You see it? Okay? I read about Domitian yesterday. Y'all. He replaced the book before I even started using it, girl. Because he knew it was going to break. He knew it was already broke, girl. Listen. And niece, why ain't no other pages falling out? It's the end of the book. I have this book for years. Do you understand? I went to pick this book up and those all fell out. Not a year ago, not 2 years ago, not 3 years ago, not 4 years ago, right now. After Joy sent the book that she had to send. I'm sorry, my sister, excuse me, not my niece, my sister. Okay? Look here. Joy sends these around my birthday. It's now July. Okay? I read that yesterday. And look. The Acts of the Holy Apostle and Evangelist John the Theologian concerning his exile and death. Auntie sent me that stuff back 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago. For such a time as this. Girl, listen. Listen, y'all. Okay. I know this is taking forever, but y'all just gotta bear. This is how he do me, and I'm sorry, y'all gotta bear with me. This is where we're going. Okay, so look. The Acts of the Holy Apostle. Oh, I read that already. Okay, his exile and death. What happened when he went to Patmos? Hello. At the time when Agrippa was ruling over the Jews, the one whom, on account of his counseling peace, they killed by stoning. Okay? Okay? Vespasian Caesar blockaded Jerusalem with a great army. So one of the Caesars, Vespasian, I guess that's how you say his name, of he blockaded Jerusalem with a great army. Some he took captive and murdered. Now, others he destroyed in the besiegement with hunger and a great number he banished, and in the course of time scattered. Girl, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Also, real quick, back to that before we go. I know y'all like whatever. Where's the red book? Okay. Um, yesterday I forgot to say this to y'all. I'm gonna do it now while I'm paying attention. Where did it go? Ah, the UNFI CYP, the United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus. Y'all looked that up yesterday? Did y'all get to that one? The United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus. Did y'all get to it? Can you tell me where Ben went when everything popped off and they said he was unalived? Where did they say he went? One of the times in these last couple year or so, some stuff had happened and he fled to where? And a lot of other people from a certain space fled to where?
Check this out though. Get it back in blood. Hollywood said y'all gotta get it back in blood. Y'all wanna be down with this? Y'all gotta sign your life over in blood, bro. That's how you get up in these hills. That's how you get up here again. Alright, so if y'all don't know, man, we here at the famous Hollywood sign. But if y'all never seen this, right here, Canyon Lake.
That's the second time today. He went to Cyprus too. He went to Cyprus. One of the times recently, he went to Cyprus. I didn't know that the United Nations Peacekeeping Force was in Cyprus. I had no idea. He went to Cyprus. One of them times that he went to Cyprus. A lot of, when they started bombing Israel, a lot of the people went to Cyprus as well. One of the times that he was fleeing, I think they took him on a flight or something, or a boat or something. Since this October 7th, way back in the last 2 years or whatever, one of the times when they started bombing, they put it on the news. I don't know if they took it back off. He went to Cyprus. That's where he fled to. Cyprus. I said, I remember this. Since we've been talking, one of the times, now I don't know if they done took it off or not, he went to Cyprus. And when they started bombing Israel heavy, remember, it was just on the news that a lot of other Israeli people went to Cyprus. They was trying to get on boats to go to Cyprus. Y'all don't remember this? This ain't even been more than 18 months, I don't think. Maybe 24. They went to Cyprus. Hello. He went there too. Interesting. The person or the face of the conflict that started the last war that is going to be flees to the place where it's the United Nations peacekeeping place. Is he a part of the false peace? You said they did. Rome did influence Greece. All of it. Okay. What do you think's over there? Who do you think could be on the Isle of Cyprus? Remember now, there is a being that is going to come out and say, I am going to bring such and such. So do you think that that would be a good place to stash them? The United Nations peacekeeping force. You seen Left Behind or Thief in the Night? Who was running the peacekeeping forces? Matter of fact, no, it was some other people. Think about it. They were going around supposedly restoring order. Hello. To the world, remember? Because the world was in chaos in the movies because people had came up missing. It was fire in the streets. It was bombs. It was all kinds of stuff going on. And then the world leader said, you know what? I'm going to restore peace, but how I'm going to do it is militarily. Right? Right? Because the tribulation force people had to infiltrate the other side in order to get the information, right? But they were the people that were supposed to be keeping the order or getting the world back to the order that it was in prior to the people being taken off the planet, right? Or no? Am I tripping? The rapture happened, chaos ensued, and on both movies, it was a Christian leader that talked about order and getting everything back into order, and they brought this force that was going around checking to make sure everybody was listening to the leader and following what the leader says, and they said that was the new order. not for one specific place, but for the world. Right? And there was a either there was a religious leader that was in with someone that was in politics, okay? And there was media that they were trying to use to get their point across of what they were trying to push. Yes or no? That's who Buck is, right? The man standing with the yellow thing on his arm that has UN on it would be Buck in Thief in the Night, right? Because he's the person that's delivering the news of what's going on, what's happening, what Brother Christopher is saying about what the new world order or the new order is going to look like. And it was partially militant and religious at the same thing. What is wrong? From every movie we didn't watch, what they show us about Rome? That they got mercenaries. They got eyes on everything. Their hands is in everything. But they're a religious organization. Right or wrong? And if something is getting out of hand in the world, the Vatican sends people to take care of it. Right or wrong? No? Or yes? The government takes direction, all world governments take direction from the Roman Church. Who remembers us looking up how much land the Roman Church owns, the Catholic Church owns, the papacy owns? You said, do you know this is showing up in astrology for 2027? You said the end of this July is worldwide chaos showing up. I didn't know because I don't be doing the numbers and stuff. Now, you gonna stay out. Gosh, dog it. All right, because I don't know nothing about no charts, but I can tell you. What's that say? First, 7/7/2026 at 4:40, it's smeared. At 4:14 a.m. What's that say right there? 2027, and I pointed to the 7 and said completion and perfection. At 4:14 in the morning yesterday, on my mama's birthday, there's tattooed on the back of my neck right there. I don't know, can y'all see it? The 7/7 is tattooed on the back of my neck. Oh, and I'm reading about the apocalypse on 7/7. Yep. And then I just showed y'all a journal entry where I said that it was some balloons going off under the ground in a dream that I had, but we was going to survive it. And it was in bees. And it was the 25th of July of 2016 that I had that dream. Interesting that you're saying this. I don't know nothing about no charts or nothing, but that's interesting because I talked about that earlier in class. As a matter of fact, I started off reading my journals. I don't know how long you've been here. Aries, how long you been here? Not only that, I also showed this. Now, who remembers me telling y'all my dream that I had when I was in Indiana? I didn't get a chance to show y'all this. But remember I told y'all this is not the horse. You just came in. Did y'all hear that? Miss Designer, you still here? Did you all hear that? You read in the Bible when Dad says something 7 times, it's complete and done. Interesting. So y'all ain't gonna stay out my business. What that say right there? 777777. You see it? 7 churches, 7 continents, 7 days, 7 trumpets, 7 years of tribulation. Oh, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sevens. That's 5 sevens, and this is 7. Oh, completion, completeness, and perfection. 20 and 27. That's real interesting. Y'all want to stay in my journals even more, or what? Mind you, this was at 4:14 yesterday. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. You know what else is funny? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Interesting. This is spooky, 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 spooky. Let's get to it. Oh, also read on 7:7. As the Lamb opened the first 4 seals, the thundering vision of the famous 4 horsemen was revealed: conquest, war, famine, and death. The opening of the 5th seal rang with the cry of martyrs, with the 6th seal, with overthrow of earth and sky, was revealed, and all the people of earth, even the most powerful, were reduced to scurrying among the rocks like rodents before the wrath of the Lamb. Oh, you mean like that kind of destruction and chaos and stuff at the end of 7 and 27? It's 27 like saying. That's real interesting. This is all the hair on my legs is standing up. Anybody else freaked out a little bit? Oh, okay. No, just me. Fine. Hmm. Mm-hmm. All the hair on my legs just keep on standing up. Oh. You said I was just watching Graham, and it was talking about the 7 keys and the 7 grams and the 7 grams and the 7 stars aligning. Interesting. Interesting. Is anybody else getting it? Or is tripping? All right, so we back over here with Patmos. Okay, here we go. First of all, who was besieged with hunger recently? Let me go get my notes. It's a new planet that could be discovered because it's tied into Pluto. Interesting. Who was besieged and was starved recently? Tell me. On the world scale, who was it? On the world stage. Hmm? Palestine. Interesting. Gaza. Sudan too. But I'm specifically going towards our Israel area. Interesting. Are there interesting. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. So look. All right. It says a great number he banished. What is the definition of banished in our day? I'm sorry. How would that be relate to where we are right now in the world right now? Banished from a place. What are they calling it right now? What happened to the people in Gaza other than them being unalived? What happened? And what's happening here in America, and it's happening in pretty much every place. What do we call that right now? Yes. Relocating. They're doing it. Deported. 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 Exiled. Kicked out. Immigration reform, which is what they telling us. Right? They're reforming immigration, so-called, and now all of these new immigration rules apply to people. Are there people in ICE detention centers being starved? Yes. Can I ask you a question? Up in Minnesota, Minneapolis, do you remember what was happening when people weren't coming outside, and what the military was doing for a while after that girl got unalived, or before, during? What happened to the people that were in their homes? What was going on? One of the things that was happening, what did they say that they couldn't get to the people because of the people? And if the people knew, then what was going on? Can you tell me? Do y'all know? Hmm. I just gave y'all the answer right here. They couldn't let them in their homes or give any aid. They was starving them out, remember? If a they started pretending to be Uber drivers to get them to open the door. Remember? People was trying to take people food because they wasn't going outside to get no food because of ICE. So this is how restaurants started cooking and taking people food. That would be a blockade of hunger. No? The same thing, while the blockade of hunger was happening here, there was a blockade of hunger happening in Gaza, in Sudan, and wherever else. And people were dying from the blockade of hunger. Yes or no? You said Operation Metro Surge? Is that what it was called? Huh? This is how the organizations got together and was taking the necessities that people needed to their doors, because there was a blockade, basically. They were on every street. They were doing it by grid. Hello. So people wasn't going to the grocery store. They wasn't going to the doctor. They wasn't going to work. And so people were having to take groceries to them. So the same thing that was happening in the time of Domitian is happening right now. That's what we coming to the terms of. At least one thing. Okay. Now look, are people being taken captive? Hmm? Are they? Yes. All right. Are they being murdered? The people that are being taken captive. A lot of them. Yes. Y'all want to say it? They are. Okay. And are people being scattered? Yes. Families are being separated. I just saw a video where they said it was so much money spent on one person sending them from here to here on a bus. Get off the bus. Now they put him in this place and now they put him in that place and they don't know where the people's kids is, where the husbands is. Some of them been sent over to places and they had to get them back. That's being scattered. They're thinking, oh, okay. All right. Here we go. It says, and after demolishing the temple and putting the sacred vessels onto a ship, he sent them to Rome to construct for himself a temple of peace. A lady I talked to about the missing kids from Mr. T's first streams. Where they at? From Mr. Who? Oh. Okay, yeah. I got you. Right, where they are. Right. Because a lot of them, they don't know where they are. They don't. And a lot of the ones that's in there now is pregnant, the teenagers. That's what they said. Okay. He sent them to Rome to construct a temple of peace, and he adorned it with the spoils of war. When Mr. T was president back before, what did he give to the people? What type of donation did he give? And what was it for? Tell me. Hmm. 2016, 2017, he gave a donation to some people. Tell me what that donation was for. Mm-mm. It wasn't over here that the donation went to. It went overseas to another place. There was something, a house of sorts, built in another place so that we could be over there whenever we want to. I know. When did the United States Embassy get an office in Israel? Tell me what year that happened. Rika! Come on now. What year did that whole thing transpire? Like when we got a embassy over there and it was some change that was exchanged and all of that. What year was that? Do it tell y'all or AI is keeping it off the internet? Hmm? It ain't giving y'all no answers. No. If they done scrubbed it of all of this, I'm about to say this is real crazy. Mm-mm-mm. It should be something with Trump in 2016 or 2017 because this is the way that they disguised it, as he got to put an embassy over there and the money was going to be built for that and the temple. Did they scrub it? It was a whole big deal. Y'all don't remember it? We didn't look at videos about it. You said May 14th, 2018? Okay. I know it was 16, 17, 18, somewhere around there. He did something with the embassy. No. No, 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 no. It was a new embassy, United States Embassy something that was going on. Then again in 2016. So 2016, 2018, around that time. Not 1949. Trump wasn't around and in the office in 1949, y'all. I said our president. In 2018, President Trump moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to its current location. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. That. Okay? This. So, under the guise of, okay, this right here is where the money from the third temple came from. Okay? This is why his face is on the shekel that is going to go. This is the shekel that people are going to put into the new temple when they go in, because you got to give the shekel. Okay? He's on there with Cyrus the Great, right? Ain't it Cyrus the Great and oh boy on the shekel? We looked at it. This is going to be the shekel that people have to pay once the new temple is opened. Hello. Ain't it Cyrus the Great on that shekel with him? Or no? It's Cyrus the Great, right? Or one of the Cyruses on that coin. So you move the embassy, you give the money, okay? And then your face is put on here. Now you're being recognized for the Abrahamic Accords. They're also talking about the Noahide laws. He thought he was the modern day Cyrus. Here we go. The same spirit. Okay? Here we go. Y'all with me now? I know y'all like, she all over the place. No. It's all a part of a plan that's already been here. Okay? So, he gave the money for this all to happen. Immediately after that, what started happening in Gaza? Not immediately, but a few years later, everything that we just read started to happen in Palestine again. Right? Or no? The same thing that we're reading about right here. Starvation, captivity, people just being unalived, period. Right? What's the reason that the Palestinians were going through all of this just this last time? Why are they doing that? Why are they unaliving them? Tell me. They want the land, we know that. But what's the deeper meaning behind why they are being unalived? Is it mainly because they feel like they worship a different God? Is that the main reason? Right? Right? Religion. It's religion. Religion. Right? It's religion. Okay. I know you like CERCA. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Okay. So it says, now when Vespasian died, his son Domitian, having come into power over the empire, proceeded along with his other wrongs, also to enact persecution against righteous people. Having learned then that the city had been filled with Jews, and remembering his father's orders concerning them, he hastened to expel them all from the city of the Romans. Why every time the Romans is coming up, it has to do with people that are the true people being moved around. I just read this to y'all over here in John. I mean, when it was talking about John the Baptist and all of that. But we ain't even done yet. Use the principalities against each other. Interesting. Are you seeing? Okay. Now we didn't been in here for 15 hours now. Not really, but it's been a long time. We went through all of this. We looked at Rome. We looked at this. We looked at da-da-da-da-da-da. Right? This isn't a book. I didn't show y'all. Now look here. He takes me to this book. Joy I wrote down the date. I'm just reading this today. Okay? This book ain't a whole bunch in here been done too much because y'all know I ain't had them long. Look at this. Oh, man. But taking courage, some of the Jews gave Domitian a document in which the following was written: Domitian Caesar, king of all the worlds, king of all the worlds, all of us Jews beg you, as suppliants, we appeal to your power that you not banish us from your divine philanthropic, I'm sorry, y'all, presence. For we submit to you and to the customs and to the laws and to the practices and to the grants of citizenship. So there was a group of people that were immigrants that said, we act like y'all. We adhere to y'all. I mean, yes, I'm a Mexican, I'm an Asian, but we're not like them. Is this happening now? Right now? Huh? Yes or no? There are some people that are immigrants that say, hey, Domitian, we know that you're starving people, getting rid of people, but we're not like the others. Because we submit to you and to your customs and to the laws and the practices and to the grants of citizenship and do no wrong, rather being of the same mind with the Romans. Sound familiar? Cubanos for Trump. Haitians for Trump. Mexicans for Trump. Indians for Trump. Dominicans for Trump. Ukrainians for Trump. Huh? They said we act like you. We're a Trumper. South Africans for Trump. Huh? He said this is the Maccabean revolt all over again. Come on. Come on. Another book that they didn't want us to read, and then we wouldn't know what would be happening. Okay. Some of them we're not coming to assimilate. Now, assimilation. 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 You mean I wrote that exact thing right there? Assimilation right there. I said ICE, and we are not the bad illegals, and assimilation. So you gonna get it myself? This morning now. I just want you to know that. Oh, okay. Here we go. Nothing new. It's nothing new under the sun. It says, but there was a new and strange people, neither obedient to our customs nor sharing in the religious worship of Jews, uncircumcised, misanthropic, lawless, overturning entire households, proclaiming a human being as God. To whom is applied the strange name Christian? These people deny God, taking no heed for the law given by him, but proclaim as Son of God a human being born among us by the name of Jesus, whose parents and brothers and sisters and entire family are descended from the Hebrews, a man whom, on account of his great blasphemy and lawless nonsense, we handed over to the cross. This is the Jews saying this now. Now they are joining other blasphemous. Now they are joining another blasphemous lie to their first, for they glorify this man who was nailed and buried as risen from the dead. In addition to these things, they also falsely allege that he was taken up into the clouds and into the heavens. Hey, pumpkin. So it's always some bootlicking somebody around trying to assimilate to whoever's in power so that they don't get deported, so that they can have money, so that they can live comfortably, so that they can, and they don't even know that they still going to be a part of. Never mind. Let's go right here. Domitian, seized with rage at all these things, issued a decree to the Senate. Domitian, seized with rage at all these things, issued a decree to the Senate. Can I ask you what's going on with schools and stuff right now? What laws are being passed? What is American people or the Americas are trying to be passed off as? A Christian nation, is it not? Right now, this is happening. There's legislation that is going to the Senate, to the whatever, and all the different branches of government saying, you better get in line with what we believe in, or else we're going to deport you. We're going to get you out of here. You're not going to be able to work your job. You're not going to have your business. You're not going to have any money. Oh, okay. All right. So when John the theologian was in Rome, this same thing that is happening in the world right now was happening. Got it? Okay. All right. It says, Domitian, seized with rage at all these things, issued a decree to the Senate that they murder in mass literally murder in mass those confessing themselves to be Christians. This is a Roman leader, a Caesar. Murder in mass Christians. Can you tell me what Revelations says about the end times? Here we go. Uh-oh. Come on. About the mass amount of people that came out of the Great Tribulation, the number that no man could number, and they was just unalived, a whole bunch of them. But look here. In Revelations 13, right? Okay. Here we go. It says, 13 and 9. He who has an ear, let him hear. If anyone is to go into captivity, he will go. Into captivity, he will go. If anyone is to be killed with the sword, with the sword, he will be killed. This calls for patience, endurance, and faithfulness on the part of the saints, right? So, literally, John was not only seeing it in the future, he was living it at that moment. The precursor. Because how is it that what I just read to you, when John the theologian was before, this is before he went to the Isle of Patmos, y'all. You don't believe me? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to just skip to the end. It talks about how he was arrested and the like. But look here. So, you see it? This is the end of the book. The exile of Patmos. So I ain't going to keep y'all. I'm just going to go on and bust y'all head because I was going to read it all to y'all, but I'm not. In this book, John, this emperor, Domitian, sends for him to come to Rome. When they get to where he's at, he's standing in the door. Okay? They said, "Are you John?" He said, "Yeah." No, they said, "We looking for John." He said, "I'm him." They start laughing in his face and was like, "No, we talking about the one that got everybody all up in an uproar. We need him because he's teaching against the Romans, and he's saying that the Romans' leadership is going to fall, and the emperor wants to see him." They put him in a cart, just like we are seeing. If you watched Game of Thrones, he's in a chariot. The thing. They got one guard on one side of him, one guard on the other side. So when he get ready to leave, he like, "Can I take me some provisions?" They said, "Yeah." It says he gets a couple figs, put them in a napkin, and put them in his pocket. They're traveling for 7 days, and he won't eat nothing. So they think that he's on a hunger strike. We know he fasting. Okay? So on the 7th day, they said, "You got to eat something. You got to eat something because we don't want the king charging us with, you dying. So you got to eat something." So it says he pulled one of the figs out of his pocket and he bit it. He ate it and they was like, "All right." So they got up and they kept going. But it said they had some more time. So I don't know how long from where to where. I didn't look that up. It took in this horse-drawn carriage thing, right? But the Pope's in it, so you know it wasn't nothing. They had money back then, okay? The Roman emperors and stuff, they had money back then. So he's in this whole motorcade of whatever. They get him there. He gets in front of this emperor, and the emperor like, "So you John, da-da-da-da-da." Well, he went to like kiss John on the lips or something, and John kissed his chest. I guess this was customary. And he was like, "Why you do that? Like, why you didn't let me kiss you on your mouth or whatever," something like that. And John was like, "Nah, I kiss you on your forehead," and because the king. But he was like, he was like, "Because I only kissed the hand of God or whatever," something similar to that, right? And he was like, "The only reason you get to rule is because of the power that God gave you," right? So this Domitian, okay, now who came in here? Somebody came in here and said the water is doing what? In the beginning, I said y'all all in my class. Y'all said the water doing what? It's 2 cities, or it's more than 2 cities, but 2 people came here and said the water is doing what in y'all city? It's doing what? Y'all still in here? I'm gonna get to it. Making folks sick. Making folks sick. I'm going to just read this real quick. Okay. It says, in reply, Domitian said to him, what is the proof of these things? I am not persuaded by words alone. The things you have uttered are a glimpse of things unclear. What are you able to offer as proof, whether earthly or heavenly, by the power of that by the power of that one who is about to rule, as you say? Surely he will do it, if he is really a son of God. Immediately then, John asked for the deadly poison. And when the king commanded it be given to him, they brought a fast-acting poison. Then John, after taking it and pouring it into a large wine cup, filled it with water, mixed it, and crying out in a loud voice said, in your name, Jesus Christ, Son of God, sweeten the cup that I drink, and mix the poison in with your Holy Spirit, and make it become a drink of life and salvation, for healing of soul and body, for digestion, for harmless assimilation. And I wrote right here, 942, 7, 826. I just wrote assimilation. Wow, 3 pages ahead of time. For trust, for assimilation, and for trust not to be regretted, for an undeniable witness of death, like the cup of thanksgiving. Now, when he had drunk the whole cup, those present with Domitian were waiting for the moment when he would convulse and fall to the ground. But when John, cheerful, was standing there and conversing, safe and sound, Domitian grew angry with those who had given him the poison, as if they had spared John. But they, having sworn by the genius and health of the king, were saying that there was nothing more powerful than this poison. And John, understanding what they were whispering to each other, said to the king, do not be sore, king. Rather command that I say be done. What I say be done. And you will learn the power of the poison. Have some condemned man be brought from the prison. When he had arrived, John added water to the cup and swished it around with all the sediment. Then he gave it to the condemned man. Then, having taken it and drunk it, he immediately fell down and died. Come again, say what? Come again, say what? Right. When I say y'all be in my business, I was just reading this morning. And before I could even get to it, we had to go all the way through the wrong thing, then I get in here and you say, the water is poison. It's making people sick. Can I get to my class? Can I get to it? No. Okay. Because this right here, what we are reading, is why John was sent to the Isle of Patmos. Remember, Domitian made the decree that everybody was supposed to be killed if they worshiped Christ. Okay? They have him brought to Rome. He's in front of, girl, listen. He's in front of the leader. The leader says, since your God is real, bet. Bring me that poison. Here you go. Gonna drink that. But get this. You said you never can. We're going to be all up in your business. Hold on, because I didn't want to skip over this. John was fasting the whole time. When the soldiers got him to Domitian, they said he can't be a regular man because this nigga ain't ate but one time this whole trip. And it was a long trip. It was longer than 7 days. But John was fasting. Y'all think he was praying in his mind? God was telling him what to say, what to do, because God knew he was literally getting ready to drink a cup of poison. And not just any poison, the most deadly poison that they had at that time. Because look, on the other, sometimes they'll give us an A and B, just like in our Old Testament Supergrapha. It's just like that. Look here. Go back. It says, and he was suffering nothing whatsoever. The king, the magician, and all those who were, I'm sorry, and all those with him were waiting dumbfounded, astounded, and amazed at how the theologian was remaining unharmed by the poison. The king then began to blame the magician, since he had not prepared an effective poison. But the theologian said to the king, King, know that this poison is effective. But Christ indeed, my God, the one who said to us, and if they drink any deadly thing, those believers in him, that is, it will not hurt them. This one has rendered this and all the trickeries of the devil and his servants obscure and ineffective. If you wish, king, to learn the truth of the things I have just said, order one prisoner from among those in your prison to be brought in, and let us test the activity of the poison. Now the king, having heard these things from the theologian, acted quickly and brought one prisoner, and said to the magician, fill the cup with poison and give it to him to drink. But the theologian said, no, just rinse the bowl that I drank up with water, and let that be given to him, and let's see how things turn out. And when the magician had rinsed the cup with water and given it to the person, immediately upon drinking it, he died. It was the residual. Okay. I'm just going to do it. You know what? Do we have another? Okay, we're just going to use this. So that's like me giving you the poison in here. Okay, full poison. You drink it, nothing happened to you. And you say, nah, y'all didn't do it right. Bring me somebody. They rinse the cup out. Don't put no more poison. You said figs clean the kidneys and detox you. Interesting. Don't put no more poison in it. The poison they put in there, no, it worked. Matter of fact, just rinse that cup out and put just regular water in it. The residue from the poison killed that man. But John had just drank a whole cup mixed with water and wine. And it did nothing to him. The same cup, rinsed out, it was enough poison in there from the residue to kill the man. Hello? And what they keep trying to give us right now? You said you had kidney failure. Figs. Interesting. Well, so not only was he fasting, he did a cleanse also. Hello. 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 And I didn't know figs clean the kidneys. Amen. So you just taught me something right now. And that's what filters all the toxins out your body, ain't it? You said they put a lot of poison in this cup, and the strongest type of poison. Okay? But look. It says, when everyone had wondered at the prodigies that had taken place, and while Domitian was seized with fear, was departing to the palace, John said to him, Domitian, king of the Romans, is this what you wanted? That with you present and witnessing it, I become a murderer today? What is to become of the dead man lying here? He, Domitian, then ordered that he be picked up and thrown away. But John approached the corpse and said, God, maker of the heavens, Lord and master of angels and glories and dominions, in the name Jesus Christ, your only begotten Son, give to this man who died through a pretext a regeneration of life, and restore him to his soul, so that Domitian might learn that the word of God is much more powerful than poison, and is master of death and life. Then, having taken his hand, he raised him living. While everyone was glorifying God and wondering at John's faith, Domitian said to him, by decree of the state, I command that all such people should be arrested and carried off without making a defense. But since through you excuse me, I discover them to be guiltless and their piety to be rather helpful. I banish you to an island, lest I myself seem to annul my own decrees. And for the condemned man, John asked that he be released. And when he was released, John said, go, have gratitude for God, who on this day rescued you from prison and death. That's how he ended up on the Isle of Patmos. Interesting. Because he made a fool out of the emperor, drank the poison, didn't die. The other man drank the poison and died, and then he brought him back, and he was like, if I let you stay here, you so go on to Isle of Patmos. He was there for, it's like a year, I guess. That's how he got to the Isle of Patmos. Because he did a miracle. We'll pour some water. You said, but God, the truth will set you free. Ain't that crazy? We know he had to be over there, and we got because of Auntie, we got the pictures to prove it. But because he brought a man back to life with prayer, and he fasted through poison, that's how he got sent over there. And Rome had all parts in it. Rome didn't want him preaching the truth about Jesus. Rome don't want you preaching the truth about Jesus right now. And neither do them other people who they was working with in Jerusalem. It's the same spirit that was alive in all of these emperors and in Cain and in Hitler. Hello. He said, I was talking to my friend about my fig tree yesterday. Laugh out loud. Dad just be puzzling our puzzles and do, because mine didn't do nothing. I didn't know you had to leave it in the dark in the wintertime. Covered up. I didn't know that. So I sped through all of that. I really wanted to go back because Rome was the reason behind the murder in mass. And I can tell you that today they are still the same. The one that was and was not and shall come again. Huh? Because they own more property around the world than anybody. Hello. Okay. I didn't want to interrupt class, you said. You said they ain't learned nothing. Girl, still pulling the same tricks because it's still the same demons that was in their leaders back then. I said, not y'all using the same people. Interesting. It's some more juicy stuff in here too. You said, I didn't do that, Auntie, and it died above ground, but was very much alive below ground. That thing, 3 times bigger this year, and there's fruit. Interesting. Good to know. You said, and out, Cindy Brown, and yellow looks good. Thank you. It's actually green. I know it looks brown, but it's green. Let's see if it'll do it. It's because the curtains. It's actually green. It just looked brown because of the light. And then these yellow curtains over here. But it's green. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, I'll be right back. But ain't that crazy? So now we know how John, the Revelator, or, you know, the theologian, they call him all different names. Now we know how he got over there. Ain't that crazy? Thank you. You said, yeah. You said, now I know why the fight of the tree was in the garden. When he kept hiding them from him, and God let the trees come back up, and then he let them have, yeah. Amen. Uh-oh. How about you screw the lid back on? I got you. I know what you mean. They show up everywhere. Now you know why he cursed the tree, the fig tree. You can't filter nothing. You can't feed nobody. Hello. Yeah. Ain't that crazy, though? I said, not I asked the question, and then he sent little pieces back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, all little things. I said, ooh, girl, so crazy. Who would have known that this bag was going to have everything to do with a book that hadn't showed up yet, with a book that we had for way before I even met y'all, for T of y'all to send me another copy, for me to grab that out, pull this out, and everything that falls out has everything to do with what's happening. Listen, I said, whoa. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Mm. Okay. Listen. I said, okay, Dad. So you knew way back when Auntie sent this. Look, when she brought this from there. Okay. 23, I think, is when Auntie went. 22, the puzzle piece is just puzzling, and I'm still in. Oh, girl, me too. That this was going to be important, but this book didn't show up until 2026. Interesting. He knew when I bought that book at Goodwill years and years ago that it was all the way now. It was going. I said, oh. This is a real good story, though. That poison cup, baby. I said, oh. I also think that there's an episode in Game of Thrones about this. I feel like there's an episode in Game of Thrones similar to this. You said I've been saying, you're saying, oh wait, God knows what he doing. He do. Girl, that ain't my saying. That's God's saying. He know what he doing. He know exactly what he doing. I don't have to understand. He know. But I do think it's crazy because I'm thinking that, wasn't that like an episode they went to go get him? It was supposed to be like something going against the crown. Somebody got some poison, but somebody had already gave him the antidote prior to, or something like that. And so they didn't die or something. You said, and there is a poison episode. Okay, so I'm not tripping. You said Prince Oberon and Cersei's daughter was poisoned. I'm like, I don't know why I feel like this is in Game of Thrones. Remember I told y'all Game of Thrones is really the Bible. It's the parts of the Bible they didn't tell us about. Hello. It's the parts of the Bible they did not, like, they didn't fill in the gaps, but we're getting them. Mm-hmm. We're getting them. We're getting them. You said, good afternoon. May I ask what book the Poison Cup story is in, please and thank you. It's in the Acts of John in Rome. But you always know, Trina, you can rewind back and go find it. Come on in, Gap Village. Right. You know, but yeah. It's in the Acts of John in Rome. You said it was Game of Thrones right before Oberyn died on the mountain. Look at y'all. I'll be right back. I told y'all, I said, this sounds like a Game of Thrones episode. So it was. I was right. We get the Bible for real. Sorry, y'all. So let me ask y'all a question really quickly. If you took the time to Daenerys Targaryen almost got poisoned but was saved by Ser Jorah, who spotted the poison in Game of Thrones in the Bible story, in her story. Listen. Oh, okay. Sorry. Here it is. Okay. So who went and looked up the Noahide laws and the Abrahamic Accords? Oh, just so y'all know, where I sit to study, right? I never wear shoes in the bathroom. Like, I got my sandals on now, but when I go in my room, right when I get ready to go in my bathroom, I kick my shoes off at the door, because that's where my rugs, where I get out the tub and stuff is. Do y'all know today, right now, I just went in there and I wore my shoes and I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Well, I looked down where I sit and it was a spider. Now, y'all don't know this, but I killed a spider in my tub this morning, a little bitty one. I was like, I do not want to kill this spider. And so I prayed and I was like, Lord, forgive me for killing your living thing. And then I said, where is this spider coming from? Little bitty baby spider. And then it was the same kind of spider, but this big, right where I sit on the floor, but on the wall, right by where I sit. Now, what's crazy is there was some hair there yesterday that I thought was a spider. And I got some tissue and got it, so it was a ball of hair. No, it was going to be a spider there tomorrow. You said I just had a spider in my tub last night. Listen, where I've been sitting while I was researching all of this, okay, I never take my shoes in the bathroom, and I just killed a spider with my shoe, a big one. You said you killed one in your sink and shower. Oh, okay. Okay. Mind you, I'm allergic to spiders, and I'm teaching about poison. Here we go. Okay. But again, the Noahide laws and the Abraham Accords, okay? Eventually these things are going to be like decrees. Right. Not funny, Trini. They're going to be like these decrees, right? So, if the Antichrist is going to deem himself Lord, like God, if you look at the Noahide laws and the Abraham Accords and all of the kind of stuff that comes along with that, about following that you shouldn't have idols, don't commit blasphemy, do not eat blood or flesh, do not commit sexual sins, all of this stuff. Mine is broken, so you can't see the whole thing. But if the world leader, right, is coming and they are enforcing these things, they're going to be in reference to his laws, right or wrong. All of the values, they're not going to be real good values, because those values and the laws and the things that those things represent are actually going to go against what it is that God's laws and stuff are, right or wrong. It's going to be the God of this world that those laws and things apply to. So do you think it's crazy that they're coming up right now at a time when the one world leader, who we know is going to be endorsed by Rome, is going to make a decree that anybody that doesn't follow the one world religion and preaches against what Rome has pushed is going to be killed in mass? And the same thing was happening right before John, the theologian, or John of Patmos, was sent there. And before he got the revelation that the same thing that was happening at the very time right before he went there is happening right now. And it was the Romans and the fake Jews that got together and pushed the decree. The Jews that had assimilated with the Romans, their beliefs, their ways, and their practices are the ones that said, okay, these people believe in Jesus. They're not like us. They don't worship like us. Get rid of them. But keep us on. Is not the exact same thing happening as we speak? There's some fake Jews that have a form of godliness that have paired with the Roman Catholic Church, and they're getting ready to push a one world religion. Yes or no? And if you don't follow the one world religion with this leader of the world, which you said this old boy was, you said about crazy as the mayor now in NYC, but he'll hey, you said, but he'll help usher in a lot. Oh, okay. Isn't that crazy? That John had a revelation about our days right now, but he was literally living through it. For people that worship Christ to be killed in mass. And the fake Jews is the ones that kicked it all off. Sound familiar? What's the name of the foundation that came up with Project 2025? The Heritage Foundation. Donald Trump was named the Prince of Peace by the Israel Heritage Foundation in February of 2024. The honorary title inscribed on a menorah awarded at Mar-a-Lago recognized his administration's role in brokering the Abraham Accords, which normalized relations between Israel and several Arab nations. The Israel Heritage Foundation. Tell me what the WCF is. What's the WCF? Yes. Yes, he did. He converted. He's the first Jewish president, as a matter of fact. Tell me on your list from yesterday of abbreviations what the WCF is. Do y'all remember? The WCF from yesterday and where it is. You said you learned something about it too, but it was in anime. Interesting. The ancient literature of the East. Hello. They got a lot in anime. What was the WCF from yesterday? And where is it? Y'all remember? Anybody that got through the list? No, ma'am. I'm gonna give you a hint. It has to do with the UN. Did anybody else get it? Nobody else got it? No. I'm gonna just tell y'all. It's the World Food Council, and it's in Rome. Nope. The World Food Council. Why would the World Food Council be in Rome? Also, there is the WFP, the Joint UN FAO World Food Program. World Food. It's okay. Again, we just read a story about the Romans starving the Christians, starving the real Hebrews. Okay? Not only were they starving them, they were mass murdering them because they believed in Jesus Christ. And the fake Jews are the ones that went to the Roman leaders and said, blase skip, and this is the reason why they wanted to kill anybody that was teaching on the name of Jesus. Okay? Remember, we just read a story where they besieged them by starvation, by hunger. Very interesting. So the World Food Council is in Rome, and the Bible says that the food is going to fail and starvation is going to be here if you don't take the front line for hunger. Okay. So the Bible says you ain't going to be able to buy or sell, and woe to the mothers that give suck or suck at that time, breastfeeding mothers, because there's not barely going to be any food to feed yourself. We also know that Rome is the false prophet from Revelations and the harlot. Okay? But they're going to push the religion part of the one world government. And once this one world government comes to power, in order to eat, you'll have to have the mark. And the head of the World Food Program is in the plate. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? They're also the people that are funding all of these wars. See, people think that it's the Jews. The Jews are being funded by the Romans. The kingdom that was, that wasn't, and now is, the people that ain't saying nothing, but the World Food Council is where they are in Rome. Listen, oh, interesting. I don't know who you talking about just right now, T. The puppets and the puppeteers. Oh, yeah. So, so what y'all think? Y'all think that we off, or y'all think that history, the same thing that was happening in John the theologian days, John of the Isle of Patmos, this exact same thing, and he was telling us about it happening in our time, but they didn't tell us that it was happening in his time too. Exactly. That people, that it was immigration problems. The people that were taken into immigration, some of them were killed, some of them were starved, and they was killing people in mass numbers. And who ordained this? The Romans, but the Jews set it up. So what do we think is happening right now? Everybody is looking at Israel, right? Please don't fall. Oh, well. Just stay. Don't go nowhere, please. Y'all think that's crazy? Excuse me. What the heck? I'm looking for a specific thing, y'all. Please give me a second. Sorry, y'all. I'm about to go too. Okay. Bethlehem. It says major attractions and landmarks, but that's not what we're going for. Church of the Nativity, the focal point of the city, this UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the oldest continuously used church in the Holy Land, right? So again, UNESCO World Heritage. Okay? There go that word again. So we done went from the Heritage Foundation here to the Israeli Heritage Foundation to the UNESCO World Heritage Foundation. Okay? Wonder why all of these people keep trying to get into. It's here somewhere. I think y'all wrote it down yesterday. I feel like we wrote this down, or maybe just I did. No, it's in here. I literally just seen it. Oh yeah, there it is. Now see, look at what they done changed it to right here. Look here. See, it don't say World Heritage right there. Because we wrote this down yesterday. It says United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. But online, it's the World Heritage. Wonder why. So in the United Nations book, it don't say nothing about World Heritage. And now we got all these heritage foundations. And when the heritage foundations then showed up and started moving all around, all of a sudden now people are being exiled, starved to death, killed, and a number of other things, jailed, and whatever else. Y'all think that's crazy? Huh? How they forget to put something somewhere, add something somewhere, but it be looking like all of this stuff has everything to do with getting ready to get rid of Christians. And I wonder who funds these things. Could it be Rome? Kittim? The enemy of God? The great harlot? That's going to help with the beast system? Could it be them? That got old money and got all of the ancient artifacts and all of the gold and all of the everything? They got the World Food Council. Where they at? On the front line for hunger, which means we're going to be the first to make you niggas hungry. Hello. So Rome ain't changed their tricks. We've been worried about Israel the whole time. It ain't Israel we need to be worried about. We need to watch them. But we need to be focused on the people that ain't saying nothing. But their track record proves who they are. Interesting. Again, I asked y'all a question yesterday. Why they ain't saying nothing? And they supposed to be the people that's over peace and order. What? The world is in chaos right now. They're saying nothing. You ain't heard a peep from them niggas. Nathan. And God let this drop out, and then we found out what was going on right before John went to the Isle of Patmos, and the whole time it was everything that was going on right now. Right now. John was seeing it in real life, but he was also seeing it in the future. You said, well, I saw a lady in her dream. Folks were lining up for the mark because they was hungry and need meds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. My cousin told y'all her dream about that a couple years ago when she said she tried to get into the Walmart and the lines was long and it was military people at the gate. And all she was trying to do was hurry up and get some food. You said, is that why a lot of celebrities are going to Italy? I don't know. But all the hair on my body is standing up, us talking about it. So this was a long, super long class, and there's more pieces to this, right? But putting the dots together, y'all know it take a long, look, all the hair on my body is standing up. It's a lot of pieces and moving parts, okay? And I ain't even got through most of it, but I just wanted to give y'all this rundown because, again, if you gonna starve somebody, you don't care about giving them no water, do you? You don't care about giving them water if you plan to starve them to death. Y'all came on talking about the water ain't no good. The same things was happening when John the Baptist was around. It was poisonous water. And people were dropping dead. The water was no good. God, we just talked about praying over everything you eat and drink. We've been praying. God has been telling us, I don't care if it's a bottle of water, I don't care if it's candy. Pray over it before you eat it because it's poison in the food and in the water. Hello. Hello. The food, people don't even really want to eat food now because the food ain't no good. Is that not starvation? You don't know what to eat now because you don't know what's going to make you sick. You don't know what got parasites and whatever else in it. Do you see the same thing happening? In one of the versions, he prayed over the cup before he drank it. And he knew it was poisonous. How many of y'all know that our food is killing us right now? Some of it slow, some of it fast. The water is making us sick. Just showed y'all a video where the man said down in South Carolina or Texas, wherever they was at, his mama died because of the water. You said a true form of starvation, make it inedible. Come on. So if they have the world food, what's the name? Okay. Why ain't they doing nothing about all the bad food? Why ain't they putting stipulations down? Why? You see what I'm saying? Why? This is for the world now. But could it be because the Romans are back at their old games? You said pet parents saw a warning about our fur babies, a parasite in the water, lakes, oceans, and unaliving them now. Interesting. Well, I'm not going to keep y'all. And I know y'all like circus all over the place. No, I just have a feeling we about to start hearing some stuff about Rome. Very soon. You said one of my meds has been recalled for cancer-causing ingredients. Interesting. All the hair on my legs won't go down, guys. It won't go down. Trying to take over the water, but they can't take the living water. Right. They cannot. They cannot. But I thought, what you trying to tell me about Rome? What are you trying to tell me? You said, remember in astrology, it's July 26th, the astrologer creates the Star of David pattern. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. Interesting. 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 So I'm going to go eat because we've been on here 285 minutes. I'm about to go. And I probably won't see y'all again this evening. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's a lot, but I be trying to get through. And I wanted to read the whole of that story to y'all. But again, trying to put the pieces together. We'll come back to it, I have a feeling, because that's how he do us. We put all this out here right now, and then something gonna happen, and we'll have to come back to this class. That's how we've been doing the whole time. Like Rome, all of a sudden seeing or having apparitions and specters appear. All kinds of stuff. Whatever it might be, keep your eyes on. Eat more, okay? Pay attention to Israel as well, and Iran, Nari, and all of these guys. But can you put your eyeballs over there? Just a little bit. You said that could explain why my dog will not drink the water unless I give him filtered water. I'm in Texas. I could believe it. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah. So let's get looking. Some of y'all might know something. Found a nice way to tell us. Okay? But I love y'all. I'm about to go work on my puzzle. Actually, get me something to eat and work on my puzzle. And now y'all said it was Game of Thrones. The episode actually was about poison. If it was called that, I'm about to go watch it and see if they didn't stole this story. I love y'all. You said crazy how they trying to monopolize on water and not using water ocean to generate power, using the waves, right? I love y'all. Y'all enjoy y'all day too. I'll see y'all later. Don't forget, love you too. Noahide laws and the Abrahamic Accords. Look that up. Look into that. And then just put your pieces together. Okay? That part. You said, oh, they bringing back a new season of Supernatural. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know. They definitely have in that last one, the one world leader. Interesting. Good night, y'all.